If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK True Crime. This is the Delphi case series. Episode 44. Is it finally over? Has the true culprit been caught? Question mark, question mark, question mark. It has been reported today, October 28th, 2022, that arrest has been made in connection with the Delphi murders. That doesn't necessarily mean it is the killer, and even if it is, it does not mean this killer acted alone. A lot of question marks here. A lot of people are just jumping on this, oh, yep, case over, case closed. Well, there's something called a trial, there's something called evidence, and even if a guilty party is arrested, tried, and convicted, that doesn't mean they were the only guilty party. So those concerned with real truth and justice don't just slam the book as soon as an arrest has been made and run away to another case. I mean, victims deserve, of course, true justice. Friends and family deserve true closure. And that is, of course, if this is not a whole setup where they're just using a patsy, even if a real criminal. There's so many unanswered questions in this case, one has to be very careful before jumping to assumptions in an illogical and fallacious fashion. And not doing so is, of course, what MINDSHOCK is all about. Examining all available evidence and theory with logic and reason at the forefront. As always, if you find the MINDSHOCK podcast interesting and informative, help keep awareness up in unsolved cases and theoretically solved cases that might not actually be solved in the pursuit of real truth and justice, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. You can also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. So a couple of different articles here. We'll go over all of them to see if there's any nuance or little tidbits here. Jennifer Smith, chief reporter for Daily Mail, posted this today, October 28th. Man, 50, is arrested in connection with the Delphi murders. Indiana cops make breakthrough in 2017 cold case that has gripped the nation. Notice how it doesn't say anything about murderer arrested. Richard Allen, 50, has been arrested in connection with the 2017 murders. It is the first time his name has ever appeared in relation to the killings. Libby German and Abigail Williams, 14, were both murdered in September 2017. Their bodies were found near a walking trail. The girls had snapped a video of a man walking towards them and recorded him saying down the hill. A 50-year-old man has been arrested in connection with the Delphi murders of Libby German and Abigail Williams. Richard Allen, 50, was taken into custody in Indiana on Friday. It remains unclear what exactly he has been charged with. The girls were murdered in 2017 after arranging to meet a man on abandoned train tracks in the town of Delphi. Allegedly, of course. Their murders remain unsolved for 5 years. Allen's arrest is the first time his name has been publicly associated with the case. Allen's connection to the girls remains unclear, and police say they will not hold any kind of press conference until Monday, which coincidentally happens to be Halloween. Now, people who believe that the police, law enforcement, or government officials are involved in some kind of conspiracy or cover-up with some kind of occult angle, a la Ted Gunderson. McMartin Preschool shades. The Franklin Scandal shades. Of course, connected to the Johnny Gosch case. Connected to all of this occult activity, documented occult activity within upper echelons of government agencies. Now, does that mean that this isn't a coincidence? I mean, every case is entitled to what? One coincidence? Maybe two? But when you have a stack that's so stratospheric, one who's not completely brain dead, like a authority-worshipping cultist and coincidence theorist bootlicker, might possibly raise an eyebrow. But continuing on with the article here, he was initially booked into the county jail, but was moved to a state facility shortly afterwards out of fears for his own safety. In December, there was a flurry of excitement over the case after cops tied a fake Instagram profile of Anthony Schatz to the investigation to the murders. The person behind the account was Keegan Kline, who was 22 at the time of the murders and was arrested a month after them on suspicion of child porn possession. He lived not far from where the girls were killed, and many drew similarities between him and the man the girls photographed on the bridge. Kline, however, insisted that he was innocent. The only other man to have been connected to the case beforehand was James Chadwell, who was arrested on suspicion of kidnapping another young girl in the same area. Delphi police have always been tight-lipped on crucial components of the investigation, including how the girls died, or what kind of condition their bodies were in when they were found. They have not yet revealed what kind of evidence they have against Allen. The families of the two girls have not yet publicly reacted to the news of Allen's arrest. Journal and Courier has an article also. Today is the day. Update to Delphi murders of Libby and Abby announced by ISP. But again, if this is not the killer and someone just associated with the killer, is today really the day? This is why jumping to conclusions can be very selling. Indiana State Police plan a Monday morning news conference to update the investigation of the Delphi murders and who might have killed Libby German and Abby Williams on February 13, 2017. A news release published 12:35 p.m. Friday did not indicate what the update might be. The news conference is scheduled for 10 a.m. Monday at the Delphi United Methodist Church. At another point, some people actually believe that church and another church might be connected to all of this. The Journal and Courier will cover the news conference and publish the information shortly after the meeting at jconline.com. Fox 59 in Indianapolis is reporting that a man named Richard Allen, 50, was arrested and booked into the Carroll County Jail on suspicion of murder in connection to the girls' killings. The Fox 59 reported that the man was moved to a state facility for his safety. The Indianapolis news outlet attributed the information to sources, in quotations. The Journal and Courier called the Carroll County Jail. No one answered. Journal and Courier called County Sheriff Toby Leesenby several times and left voicemails. He did not respond. Indiana State Police Sergeant Jeremy Pierce said he cannot confirm if an arrest was made in the case. Indiana laws require police to release the identity of anyone arrested as well as anyone incarcerated at a jail or prison within 24 hours of the arrest. The name, age, and address of the person arrested as well as the crimes he's suspected of committing is required by law to be released. Pierce still refused to release information, saying any update will be released Monday. That's kind of curious. The Journal and Courier filed a request Friday afternoon to inspect public information with Indiana State Police and Leesenby. They are required to respond within 24 hours of the request. Kelsey German, Libby's older sister, tweeted Friday morning, quote, "Just know how grateful I am for all of you. No comments for now. Any questions, please refer to the Carroll County Prosecutor's Office. There is tentatively a press conference Monday at 10 a.m. We will say more then. Today is the day," end quote, she wrote. The news conference comes almost 6 years after the killings. There was no school Monday, February 13th, 2017, which was an unusually warm day with spring-like temperatures. Abby spent Sunday night at Libby's house. On Monday afternoon, the two went hiking on the trails east of Delphi around Monon High Bridge, which spans Deer Creek. Libby's family became concerned when the girls did not show up at the rendezvous site for their ride home. Family members started a search that night, which was joined by many in the Delphi community. The next morning, the search resumed with search parties fanning out along the trails and creek. A search party found Libby and Abby's bodies along the Deer Creek about a quarter of a mile east of the Monon High Bridge. The land where the girls were killed was owned by Ron Logan. And then, of course, there's plenty of speculations on whether or not they were found in the water and then dragged onto land by searchers. A lot of conflicting information. Again, this is MindShock. I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue, but there are conflicting reports and radio chatter on exactly how they were found, where they were found, by whom they were found, and if and when they were moved. Police suspected Logan for a while because his alibi of his location on the afternoon of February 13, 2017 was a lie, according to search warrant probable causes confirmed in May to be authentic. Logan was later arrested for violating his probation and sent to prison to serve a suspended sentence. He has since died. Police also interviewed Keegan Kline, a man awaiting trial in Miami County for child exploitation and child pornography charges. A transcript of the detective's interview with Klein indicated that Libby had contact with Klein's catfish social media account titled Anthony_Shots. Klein indicated in an interview with Headline News that police said the person on the Anthony Shots account was the last person to communicate with Libby. A check of online court records indicate that Klein has not been charged with anything connected to the girls' killing. However, police can ethically make false statements to manipulate a suspect to reveal information useful to investigation, and police have not confirmed that the person on Klein's account actually communicated with Libby via the catfish account, which Klein admitted to owning. On the account, Klein used a male model's photo and he pretended to be that person. Days after the killings, police released photos of a sketch of a possible suspect, but 2 years later, police released a second sketch of a possible suspect. The two sketches were strikingly different. Police explained the second sketch was based on additional information and more refined than the initial sketch. Police have been tight-lipped about the investigation, so Monday's news conference can be considered unusual. And here's, of course, the Fox 59 article by Matt Adams here. Man booked into Carroll County Jail in connection with the Delphi murders. Multiple sources indicate that a man named Richard Allen was booked into the county jail Friday in connection with the Delphi murder investigation. Allen, 50, has been moved to a state facility for his safety, sources said. Earlier, law enforcement sources told Fox 59 that a major development was in the works in 2017 murders of Libby German and Abby Williams, with a news conference scheduled for Monday with additional details. So it looks like the sources keep being correct here. The teens disappeared on the Monon High Bridge February 13, 2017. They were reported missing and their bodies were found around noon, February 14, 2017. The high-profile murder case has gone unsolved for more than 5 years, generating mountains of online speculation about the identity of the killer. Police released 2 different sketches of potential suspects. Key evidence included audio and photos from Libby German's phone, with police releasing an audio clip of a man saying, "Down the hill." Court documents unearthed by the Murder Sheet podcast over the summer showed an FBI agent believed that there was probable cause to search the property of Ron Logan, who owned the land on which the girls' bodies were found. Authorities searched the property March 17th, 2017. I mean, that's quite a few weeks afterwards. The search warrant revealed additional details about the investigation, including that there was a recording in which Down the Hill audio originally lasted 43 seconds, only a fraction of which has been released to the public. Additionally, investigators found a large amount of blood at the scene, leading them to believe the perpetrator would have gotten blood on their hands or clothing. The individual may have taken a souvenir from the crime scene, according to court documents, and may have also moved and staged the teens' bodies. According to the warrant, I just had another thought, actually. I don't know if this has been discussed. If somebody has a second pair of clothing, instead of taking off that bloody clothing and disposing of it, is it possible the perpetrator and or perpetrators, they put on their second pair of clothes on top of the bloody clothes? Therefore, anybody who had seen them would not actually see the bloody clothes. Just a thought. I don't know if I've revisited that theory before. So the individual may have taken a souvenir from the crime scene, according to court documents, and may have also moved and staged the teens' bodies. According to the warrant, the investigating agent believed Logan's physical build matched that of the man who appeared in the video from Libby's phone. His voice was not inconsistent with the recording released to the public. Logan also lied about his alibi, according to investigators. He was never named as a suspect or charged in connection with the Delphi case. He has since died. The case, which has gained national attention, has picked up momentum recently, with authorities revealing a social media profile called Anthony Shots had interacted with Libby. Police traced the profile to an individual named Keegan Klein, who was being investigated in connection with a child exploitation case. He has never been charged or named as a suspect in connection with the Delphi murders. In recent months, Indiana State troopers have been searching the Wabash River in Peru, potentially looking for evidence tied to the case. And we can only speculate as to whether or not they actually found anything and if what they found facilitated the arrest of this Allen character. I'm going to go over one more article here from WPTA21.com. Police to announce arrest in Delphi murders Monday. Suspect identified. Police sources say they will announce the arrest of Richard Allen during a Monday news conference updating the case. Indiana State Police will give a news conference announcing an arrest in the murders of Abby Williams and Libby German next week, police told WPTA affiliate WTHR. Police sources confirm to WTHR that a man named Richard Allen is in custody. Police would not release any additional details on Allen, saying more information will be available during Monday's 10 a.m. news conference. Kelsey German, Libby's older sister, also mentioned the news conference and ended the tweet saying, "Today is the day." The news conference will be at the Delphi United Methodist Church. Libby and Abby disappeared during a hike February 13, 2017, near the Monon High Bridge Trail in Delphi. Their bodies were discovered in the woods near the trail a day later. It's been more than 5 years since their murders, and no one has been brought to justice. ISP Superintendent Doug Carter spoke with 13 News about the investigation in February 2022. He told 13 News he still had a great deal of confidence that the case would be wrapping up soon. Quote, "Eventually I'll be able to tell the world what we know, and the rest of the group will be able to tell the world what we know. Unfortunately, I can't right now," end quote, Carter said. The girls' families, in the meantime, are still figuring out how to move forward. Kelsey German, Libby's older sister, said she remains patient, believing at some point the man who killed the girls will be found and charged. "When I'm feeling frustrated, when I feel like no answers are coming and I'm feeling dejected, I say today's the day, it's been coming and it'll get here. We're going to have answers," and just reaffirm myself and say, it's hard, it's frustrating, it's been 5 years, but we're going to have some answers eventually, it's coming. Since the girls' murders, investigators have released pieces of information at different times, including audio and video Libby captured on her cell phone the day she and Abby were killed. Investigators also released 2 sketches, the second coming out 2 years after the first. The second sketch appeared to show a man much younger than in the first sketch. In recent years, investigators questioned Keegan Kline about the murders, but he has never been named as a suspect in the case. Kline admitted to creating a fake online profile with the name of Anthony Schatz to meet underage girls and receive explicit photos. He is scheduled to go to trial for those crimes in January 2023. Okay, so that's basically all available information thus far, from official sources anyway. So here's an interesting post from the Libby and Abby subreddit regarding Allen, who has been arrested. Plastic Maximum responded here. "Holy cow, this guy has checked out my purchases at CVS many times. If this is truly him and he actually did this, crap. I'll just put it this way. Never in 1,000 years would you suspect this guy of anything serious, let alone a double murder. No way. Not with how he interacts with people at CVS. If he's the guy, that's flat out chilling." So I don't know how this is phrased. Checked out my purchases. So does that mean he works at CVS? Or does that mean he shops at CVS? Either way, this person is claiming that this is seemingly a very normal-looking guy with normal actions, which is actually really weird because you have this area in the Delphi area in Indiana where there's no shortage of scumbags, child abusers, murderers, drug addicts, criminals associated with drugs, and the most normal-seeming guy, if he is the true perpetrator, and he's not connected to anybody else and any of these other scumbags, I mean, that's actually really curious. That's very, very surprising. Other people are speculating, hiding in plain sight, flew under the radar. Plastic Maxim also made this post. "My wife and daughter reacted the same way I did. It's unbelievable. The thought also occurred to us that given the fact that he is seen at CVS a lot, and it's the only pharmacy in Delphi, or Carroll County for that matter, there's a high probability that he interacted with members of the girls' family. If he is actually guilty of this, that's a devastating thought." I think they're referring to after the fact. which is weird. I mean, this is really weird if this is really the guy. Other people are speculating that the witness reports, why the witness reports would be off about this guy in terms of different looks, etc. If he really did act alone. Other people are also stating that the guy was involved in the search. And apparently others are stating that he, in fact, did work at Delphi, at the CVS. So, he worked in Delphi before, during, and after, and supposedly he lives about 5 minutes away from the bridge. Now, is it shocking that he wouldn't have moved away after all of this? Huh. Because suppose at least one witness said that Bridge Guy did not have blue eyes. And this guy does have blue eyes. Another interesting post here by Whitney. If this is the guy, kind of interesting that his wife's Facebook went completely silent from December 2016 through June 2017. Edit, not speculating that she had any idea or knew, as there are many other reasons that could cause someone to take a step back from social media. A few other posts here. My Brain Hurts posted this. In the wife's photos, there is a photo of what I assume is his daughter sitting on the bridge. There is a later photo of her getting married with him and the wife kissing her cheek. It looks like he has a younger daughter as well. Another poster said this. If this is the guy, that photo of his daughter on the Monon High Bridge is going to be one of the creepiest things I've ever seen. And those eyes of his are dead as a doornail, chilling. Other people said his voice is very consistent with the audio. I mean, I don't know how much I would put stock in that, because a lot of people, I mean, Doug Carter kind of sounds like the audio. Chadwell sort of sounds like the audio. Ron Logan sort of sounds like the audio. And the audio has been messed with. It's not raw audio that's identical to how the person would actually sound. So I don't know if it means that much. I think it's more useful in eliminating people who sound nothing like it, whereas quite a few people do sound a lot like it. I mean, I don't want to just keep going back to the sketches, but so one sketch, goatee. Other sketch, no goatee. I mean, was he or was he not clean-shaven that day? And why does Bridge Guy look different than Young Guy sketch? I mean, there's just, yeah, there's so much that doesn't make sense here. I think his eyebrows look quite different than the Young Guy sketch, but a lot of people seem to be convinced that the sketch is a dead ringer. I don't know. Not that the sketch really means anything. And then, of course, other questions are, is this guy connected to the Kleins in any way? Or are there other scumbags in their ring? And is this not an isolated incident? Is there a snuff film? Like, what other kind of criminals might be linked to this guy? We also have the Marathon gas station being in quite close proximity to the CVS. Now, the other curiosity, of course, is the FBI supposedly lost the security footage from Marathon Gas, which was searched on Keegan Klein's phone. Supposedly, obviously, I'm not going to post any of this, but supposedly, he has a daughter that looks similar to Libby. And supposedly, she had a similar tie-dye shirt that Libby had. And a purple coat. Which is very, very weird. Very weird, to say the least. A few other local posters stated that he was the friendliest worker out of all the workers at CVS. Huh. I mean, this is definitely weird, and other people know him from specifically CVS and also local bars. And that him and his wife are both avid pool players. So they're thoroughly involved in the community. I mean, this is not some recluse There were a lot of POIs earlier that they were recluses. Nobody ever never saw them. I mean, this is a guy smack dab in the middle of the Delphi community. Not only works at CVS and keeps to himself, but works at CVS and is the most outgoing, friendliest worker at CVS. This is pretty weird. Definitely pretty weird. Again, I'm not alleging anything is true or untrue. Again, if he's arrested in connection with and is not actually the killer, I mean, what does that mean? Also, an interesting post here on the Delphi murder subreddit by Leveraged Sellout, apparently stating that the Kokomo in the Know group on Facebook stated that Allen's yard was dug up by the feds last week. Again, this is just an allegation on the Facebook group, but is that what facilitated the arrest? I mean, what's the timeline here? Was something found in the river that somehow got this guy on the radar? Then they got a warrant, dug up the guy's yard, and then found something damning in the yard, and then that's what facilitated the arrest. I'm just asking questions here. Again, I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue. This is the MINDSHOCK podcast, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. Another possibility is that Keegan Kline finally talked, and he named this guy. But who knows? We will see on Monday what new information is released. All we can do is go over available information and not fall for logical fallacies and assumptions. But if he's involved in any way, that's still quite mind-shocking that this supposedly friendly worker at CVS is somehow involved in any way in any of this. Mind-shocking indeed. Plenty more to come in the Delphi series. If you find the series interesting and informative, want to help support MINDSHOCK, keep up awareness, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK True Crime. This is the Delphi Case Series, episode 45, The Rumor Mill. So, trigger warning for the coincidence theorists and the authority-worshipping cultists who only take what is officially released by law enforcement as gospel. This episode is clearly not for you. So it's always funny how so many goofs just come out of the woodwork to post comments as if the law enforcement only makes 100% truthful statements and has never made any errors in any case ever. Quite silly, of course. MINDSHOCK is, of course, about logical analysis of any and all true crime cases without falling for logical fallacies like appeal to authority or any of these other silly fallacies that some people just cling desperately to for some reason. So we'll be going through the rumor mill regarding Richard Allen and some other possible ties to law enforcement. As always, if you enjoy the MINDSHOCK podcast, find it interesting and informative, and want to help support awareness in many different true crime cases, solved, unsolved, missing persons, etc., you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. All right, first order of business. Some are reporting that Richard Allen was former law enforcement. Now that's quite curious. Again, this is the rumor mill episode. I am not claiming anything is true or untrue. I mean, I don't know how many times that needs to be explicitly stated to curtail the Dunning-Kruger crowd endlessly posting comments about, that's not verified, this is not verified. Nobody's claiming anything is verified, okay? So let's get that out of the way first. And now for all of the actual MINDSHOCK listeners who are logical enough to understand that, to understand what theorizing is, what can and can't be proven, what different variables are, we can continue. So if he was a former law enforcement officer, what does that mean? Does that mean there's possibly other law enforcement officers involved in this crime or in this ring? Possibly also involving the Kleins? Does that mean he wasn't exactly impersonating a police officer? Some believe that bridge guy or accomplice, whoever, they controlled the girls by pretending to be a police officer. Now, if this is a former police officer, it wouldn't exactly be pretending, because he would have in the past identified himself as a police officer many times, and it would come naturally even if he wasn't currently an active police officer. Just another wrinkle in the case. Now, let's go into MINDSHOCK territory. Does anybody find it weird that the day after there's a lawsuit filed against Carroll County Sheriff Toby Leesenby, an arrest is magically made? Now, the neighbors of Richard Allen actually said his yard was dug up either October 15th or even before the 15th, somewhere around that week, so more than 2 weeks ago. What does that mean? Whatever they found, they didn't arrest him right away? Now there's a lawsuit filed, and the next day, there's a lawsuit filed against Leesenby. The next day, there's an arrest in the Delphi case with a press conference scheduled for Halloween. Okay, I mean, I don't know what the coincidence theorists are going to make of this, but let's go to WLFI.com. Deputy Sheriff, former candidate, files lawsuit against Carroll County Sheriff by Perry Apostolakos, October 26, 2022. A deputy sheriff in Carroll County has filed a lawsuit against the Carroll County Sheriff's Department and Sheriff Toby Leesenby. He claims his constitutional rights were violated through his employment because of his political affiliation. Quote, "The Constitution is very important. There's a reason why it's there," Thomas said, "for people's rights and stuff," And I think it's very important that people stand up for that, end quote. Very professional department here. Michael Thomas ran in the Republican primary for Carroll County Sheriff this year. He claims the current administration disapproved of his run for office because of his stance regarding the Delphi child homicides. Thomas said his recommendations for experts to be brought in to help with the homicide investigations were ignored. See, that's a curiosity, because does this smell of a cover-up? He is no longer involved with the case. Detective Tony Liggett won the Republican nomination for sheriff in the primary. Thomas claims 3 days later he was demoted from his position as chief deputy, and Liggett was promoted to replace him. Thomas is still employed at the department, but he has not yet been at work since the lawsuit was filed. Carroll County Sheriff Toby Leesenby has not responded to News 18's request for comment as of the publication of this article. Thomas's attorney, Nick Snow, says they will not comment at this point on Thomas's specific demands or any type of remedy that he seeks through the filing of this lawsuit. What we're saying here is that, Michael didn't have the same opportunities that other officers had once it was determined that he was not going to support this candidate, and the sheriff wanted to see supported and, in fact, was going to run against him, Snow said. Things changed for him. He wasn't treated equally with other people in similar positions within his office. Now, let's put aside the political nonsense for a moment. So this guy wants experts brought in regarding this case, and then he's demoted. Why is there such pushback as having independent experts being brought in to assist on this case? Does anybody find that curious? I mean, I don't know what to make of that. Other rumors are that Toby Leesenby is actually one of Richard Allen's actual neighbors. I don't know where that rumor came from. Again, just in the rumor mill. Supposedly, the neighbor reported something stolen, and that's why the police searched the Allens. The yard, they dug up the yard, possibly found something in the yard or in the home that was possibly taken as a trophy from the crime scene. Others are speculating that he actually had some kind of painting in his house of himself, or some kind of drawing or something, a picture up in his house of the young guy sketch and his own photo. Now, if that's true, again, I'm not alleging anything is true or untrue. This is MINDSHOCK. If that's true, though, is it possible this guy just has a really sick sense of humor? A really sick sense of humor. Because he thinks he looks like the sketch. And why would he have that if that's out in the open in his living room and not in his bedroom, or even in his bedroom? I don't know. But if that's just out in the open where anybody in the house can stroll in. Furthermore, others are speculating that an ex-girlfriend of his actually turned him in recently. Others still speculated that Keegan Klein, was the one who pointed in his direction, although others still are speculating he only did that as a distraction. So supposedly 3 people had access to the Anthony Shots account. Keegan Klein, his father, Tony Klein, and a third party. Is Richard Allen the third party, and did Keegan Klein blow the whistle on him? Or is this all another side distraction? And if the evidence was found 2 weeks ago, why did the arrest not happen then? Why the day after a lawsuit against Sheriff Toby Leesenby by a guy who wanted experts brought into the case, and then all of a sudden gets demoted and is now not even on the case? That's kind of weird. Now, another point, supposedly the CVS pharmacy where Richard Allen works is right across the street from the sheriff's office. Anybody find that weird? Toby Leesenby himself said that he's heard that voice before. So did he know this whole time? I mean, what's with all these mixed statements? He said that years ago. And then, of course, the statement at the press conference that the killer might be in the very room, Richard Allen supposedly involved with the searches. I don't know if it's been confirmed that he was in the room when that statement was being made. Possibly, possibly not. I don't know if anybody's tracked that down. I mean, what can everybody make of this? Another connection, again, just purely through the rumor mill, supposedly his daughter, Richard Allen's daughter, might know somebody connected to Klein, and the tip could have come from that angle. So there's quite a few different angles. But supposedly the reason the police searched his home in the first place, some kind of reported theft from a neighbor. Now, why would they dig up the yard because of a theft? They would just search the house. So I don't know if that adds up either. Perhaps they searched the house because of that, found something in the house, and then dug up the yard because of whatever they found in the house. But if whatever they found was that damning, why wait this long for an arrest? I mean, they just leave him out there for weeks? I mean, it's weird. Unless they do have him under 24/7 surveillance, then theoretically he wouldn't be able to hurt somebody else as they're, trying to find more information about this out. I mean, this is all very, very mind-shocking stuff. So, another curiosity is supposedly this guy has been on the radar for quite some time. On 4chan, somebody was discussing him and name-dropped him, specifically Richard. Here's a post by Anonymous, Sunday, February 23rd, 2020. So this is over 2 years ago. Richard definitely did it, you retard. Just because he's mentally disabled means nothing. Why else was he hanging out there? The cops know, but have not been able to build enough evidence on him. So did the cops know that he was hanging out by the bridge? So supposedly he lives within walking distance. I mean, what is going on here? Other people are speculating that he was the lookout. So if this is all connected to some ring, he is involved and he's the lookout. So apparently he was on the radar in one form or another. Others are speculating the police knew exactly who he was the entire time. More local gossip, screenshots, origins unknown. Supposedly this is a local. So local information shared here regarding his wife turned him in. This is what allegedly locals are saying. She caught him looking at some weird stuff, so she checked it out. Then she notified locals and they checked it out. Mind you, he's been in trouble for domestic violence at least 8 times. That's just when it's so bad that somebody notifies the police. It doesn't tell you how many other times it happens behind closed doors. Seems to me that it's the mindset in this area, not just saying Delphi. I'm not a feminist, but I think the men in this area have a terrible mindset regarding women. This case is far from over, however. I wish the close-knit family members and many others in the community luck in dealing with all of this. I hope that others give RA's wife and kids time to heal. This is obviously a devastating situation to be in. So yeah, I don't know how this is connected to the theft in the neighbors, or if that's completely unrelated but also true. Another rumor is the wife found something, did not go to the police. She told a friend of hers, and the friend tipped this in. Again, full disclosure, this is all rumor mill. None of this is confirmed. I don't know how many times I got to put out this trigger warning, but I suspect that there'll be plenty of clueless goofs who still don't understand that. But another poster posted that apparently he threatened to kill his wife in the parking lot after he did badly at the pool hall one weekend. And also apparently a history of DUIs. Now let's look at a haunting post posted on the MINDSHOCK episode, the previous MINDSHOCK episode. Home Truth Homie posted this. I think he was either tipped in by his wife or daughter. I've been looking at the wife's videos, and there is some on there with him letting off fireworks at the end of 2016. The jeans, shoes, build, and walk looks the same. Carter said focus on the walk for this very reason, as to give a cry to help to his wife or daughter. I think this is why he said someone knew. And that might explain why there is no photos on his wife's Facebook for that year in question, 2017. Maybe her conscience got the better of her and led to her removing the false alibi, which is also quite interesting. In one of the first videos I ever watched on this case mentioned fireworks, and it was divulged by a psychic. Lo and behold, the videos for the end of 2016 show this Richard Allen letting off fireworks. Uncanny coincidence. Other people also reporting that he's Keegan Klein's cousin or some kind of a relative, however far removed. Again, I don't know where they got that information from. Another post here by Home Truth Homie. If he was super paranoid and required counseling after the murders, this does not fit with someone who is a cold-blooded killer, so it's quite possible he was an accessory to the murders and not the actual murderer. At that press conference, Carter made out he was a control freak who got off on power, but he comes across as someone who must be unsettled by what happened, as if it's true he needed counseling, then this would be an oddity for serial killers. Could it be that he did not realize what he was part of before it was too late, witnessed the murders, and having a daughter himself had this deep impact on him, hence the counseling? Then I guess he would have had to learn to live with it, and maybe he did not move away as to not trigger suspicion of his involvement. Pat Brown, who was a local resident who allegedly discovered the dead bodies of the children, moved away. Some people had Pat Brown on the POI list. And was he the former mayor? Is that Pat Brown? I mean, there's so many Pat Browns. So, yeah, supposedly also what is being discussed is that Richard Allen allegedly required some kind of mental health counseling shortly after the murders. Then again, how many people in the search party required that? So I don't know how much that means either, but another interesting coincidence is that early in the investigation, Justin Hicks pointed this out. Early in the investigation, they said the knife could have been purchased from a CVS. I mean, out of all the places to purchase a knife, law enforcement stated that the knife could have been purchased from a CVS. I mean, that's another one for the coincidence stack. What are you going to do? Jody posted this. I worked for Rick several years. He was always Rick, not Ricky. He was a co-manager at the Commerce Drive Walmart. He was an extremely nice guy, a fantastic manager. He was always clean-shaven and never had hair as portrayed in the sketches. I still can't see a resemblance. Is it because I don't want to believe? He also worked with my daughter when she was 15 or 16 years old. She is shocked beyond belief. She never got a vibe from him, and she is a sensitive. We are both holding out hope that the guy in the picture is not actually who they arrested, even though it was confirmed by Cody, Patty's real mom, Kelsey, Tara, and Becky. I'm extremely saddened and also elated. There's a whirlwind of emotions running through me. I can't even imagine what the family is feeling. He supposedly gave Tara pictures that she had developed at the CVS. I'm wondering now, did he make extra prints for himself? Of the girl's funeral. Supposedly he developed the pictures from the funeral. What? Yeah, this is really weird. Very weird indeed. I'm just going to throw this out here as a final point. If he is a searcher, if he does have some kind of mental disability or is just psychotic in some fashion, is it possible he took something from the crime scene without being the murderer? And is it possible he also looks at some disturbing material online and also steals from his neighbors, but is not actually responsible for the murders? Is that a possibility? News 8 Wish TV stated that Richard Allen, man arrested in connection with the Delphi murders, is not cooperating with authorities, a source tells News 8 Wish TV. So, apparently, he hasn't confessed as of yet. So, all these charges in connection with, I mean, if he took something from the crime scene, it would be in connection with, tampering with the crime scene. With that specific crime scene. So, is that what this is really about? But then, how coincidental is all of a sudden, because there's no movement on the case for how long? For years? And then last year they announced the Anthony Schatz account, Keegan Kline link. Then 2-3 months ago they start searching the river as per Kline. Kline is let out of prison to take them on some kind of search. This is right out of a movie. And then just a month later there's a warrant and a search exercised on Richard Allen's home. And then there's a lawsuit filed against Leesenby 2 weeks after that, and then the next day this guy's arrested. Can anyone make sense of this timeline? Is this all a string of coincidences? Is that what the coincidence theorists would have everyone believe? And why did that guy even really file that lawsuit, though? Why do they not want to bring in independent or experts from outside the local department to assist in the case? I mean, none of this really makes any sense. And is Richard Allen really an ex-cop? So the guy that works across the street from the sheriff's office, who everybody in Delphi interacts with, hears his voice, sees his face, sees what he's wearing, sees how he's walking, and nobody ever said anything? I mean, this is all just too weird to me, so I will let the MindShock listeners chime in here. Leave your thoughts and theories, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind in the comment section, and we will see tomorrow in the Halloween press conference. I mean, make of that what you will. The Halloween press conference, what new information will be announced. Now, I will say this also as a final closing point. Even if this guy's being set up as a patsy, just right after this lawsuit, that's still valuable information because that information leads to more information. So if there was just nothing announced ever, the case wouldn't get solved. So even if this guy is a patsy, that's still theoretically a step in the right direction for independent investigators, because then they can see why law enforcement is doing this or that with more information. More information is always good. So for even those people that are saying this is all a patsy setup job, that's not necessarily a bad thing, because it's still movement in the case and awareness is maintained. Awareness is what gets cases solved one way or the other. And with the amount of information and evidence across the board, I still maintain that this case will be solved shortly. Now, by shortly, I don't mean like a decade. That doesn't mean shortly in like a month or two. Maybe it'll take another year, but maybe two. But I think it will be solved. A lot of people really didn't like me saying that in the past few episodes. I've said that for a few different cases. The Moore Murray case, I think, will also be solved one way or another. There's just there's too much information. There's too many eyeballs on it. And there's too many people keeping up awareness and discussion for it to just go away. Just my opinion. Nothing I claimed in this podcast I am not claiming is true or untrue. I make no claims of any kind. This is all theoretical discussion of different theories. For some people, they just can't grasp that concept. So, anyway, hope you guys found another edition of MindShock True Crime interesting and informative in the Delphi case series. You can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Like and share the podcast, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK True Crime. You are listening to the Delphi case series. This is episode 46. Today is not the day. Is it still not the day despite the arrest of Richard Allen in shocking revelations just before Halloween? And then, of course, the press conference on Halloween by law enforcement, which we will be dissecting here, as well as other interviews with Doug Carter. More information revealed about exactly the nature of Allen's arrest and putting all the pieces together regarding other persons of interest like Keegan Kline and strange coincidental timeline issues, sheriff elections, lawsuits, and various oddities, anomalies, and coincidences that many claim and hallucinate don't actually exist. It's really, really bizarre. This is a very, very bizarre case. But we will be continuing our comprehensive logical analysis of the Delphi case and everyone involved, allegedly and otherwise, trying to ascertain the veracity of statements made by law enforcement as well as others, local rumors, and more. As always, if you find the podcast interesting and informative, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Help support the MindShock podcast and help us get more mind-shocking content out there in a world where logic and reason is quickly going extinct. You could also support the channel by becoming a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications. You could also like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. Alright, so let's go to the Halloween 2022 press conference regarding this latest arrest and what it means in the entire scope of the case, because many people were just quick to jump on the bandwagon that Richard Allen is responsible, Richard Allen acted alone, and police would not have arrested him if they hadn't definitively known that he was not only Bridge Guy but the murderer, and of course many conflicting statements throughout the years revolving around all of this. And again, the Dunning-Kruger crowd, for whatever reason, they think that Richard Allen couldn't have done anything other than act alone, or that it's definitively him. It's just really, really bizarre. So let's examine the press conference here.
Good morning. My name is Sergeant Jeremy Piers, Public Information Officer for the Indiana State Police Lafayette Post. I'd like to thank you all for being here and thank the Delphi United Methodist Church for allowing us to use their facility. This morning we're going to provide an update on the investigation into the murders of Abigail Williams and Liberty German.
Is it common for police, again, for people that are well-versed in press conferences, is it common in either major or non-major cases for police to hold a press conference in a church on Halloween? See, a lot of people chastise so-called conspiracy theorists who believe that there's some kind of satanic link or undertone through involving law enforcement and government corruption. But if there were, is this the type of thing that corrupt law enforcement involved in satanic Illuminati rituals and trafficking, is this something they would get a kick out of? Holding a press conference in a church on Halloween, a celebration of all things horror, demonic, and satanic, and paranormal and otherwise. I'm just saying, I'm not saying, obviously this is MindShock, I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue, but if, I know a lot of people have trouble with the word if, the comment section is littered with Dunning-Kruger goofs who don't understand what the word if means, don't understand what asking questions are. I mean, if there is some kind of widespread satanic conspiracy of corruption, would they get a kick out of holding a press conference in a church on Halloween? But continuing on here.
Before we get started, I'm going to introduce to you our speakers, Superintendent of the Indiana State Police, Doug Carter, the Carroll County Sheriff, Tobe Lesenby, and the Carroll County Prosecutor, Nick McClelland. I'd like to remind everyone that this continues to be an active and ongoing investigation. At the conclusion of this press conference, we are going to answer a limited amount of questions out of respect to the investigation and the process that will follow today. We will not discuss evidence that is related to this investigation. On behalf of the Delphi Double Homicide Task Force, thank you all for your continued support. I would now like to introduce to you our first speaker, Superintendent of the Indiana State Police, Doug Carter.
Give me just a second here. Seldom do I have prepared remarks, but today is different because I do not want there to be any confusion or ambiguity with what I will say. Today is not a day to celebrate, but the arrest of Richard M. Allen of Delphi on 2 counts of murder is sure a major step in leading to the conclusion of this long-term and complex investigation.
So right off the bat, he said he doesn't want to be vague. I mean, it's a step in a complex investigation. So it's not, is he basically saying here, it's simply not over? Is he doing everything possible to say that there's more than one individual involved without explicitly saying it, while saying he wants to avoid any ambiguity? I mean, this is weird. And if it really was just one guy, I mean, why would it be that complex? I mean...
First, I'd like to speak directly to Anna, Mike, Becky, Kelsey, your extended families, along with the entire Delphi community that certainly has grown and now includes our nation and even many countries around the world. I am proud to report to you that today, actually last Friday, was the day.
All right, so let's keep all this in mind. He's saying today or last Friday when the arrest was made was the day. Today was the day, today's the day, the Friday was the day. The day has happened. So again, he opened with wanting to avoid any ambiguity or vagueness. Now he's stating, in no uncertain terms, that the day has transpired, whether it's the press conference on Halloween or 3 days prior of the Friday. The day has happened. That's what he's saying here. Let's continue.
And an arrest has been made. Thanks to literally hundreds of media outlets that have been steadfast in reporting and keeping the memories of Abby and Libby front and center. Many of you in the room have developed relationships with me personally, and you know I always have a personal perspective, and today's no different. But from a very personal perspective, you all have provided inspiration and support, even while oftentimes frustrated with us and me. You continue to encourage the efforts, and you too believe that one day we would all be here participating and sharing this news. To the entire law enforcement community, which includes all local, state, and federal agencies, which are far too many to specifically mention today, thank you, thank you, thank you. We are going to continue a very methodical and committed approach to ensure that if any other person had any involvement in these murders in any way, that person or persons will be held accountable.
So another very clear statement here that other person, so if this really was just one guy and they believe it was just one guy, why would he go out of his way here and talk about other persons being involved in any way? So in any way, what does that mean? Either theoretically, physically involved in the actual murders, or simply assisting, luring, aiding and abetting, covering up, whatever. So is it really not that simple that Richard Allen acted alone? Because if it was that simple that Richard Allen acted alone, why would Doug Carter be making these statements? And let's not forget his opening. He wants to avoid being ambiguous or vague or whatever. So he's very clear, and look at the intensity on his face when saying that. He wants to get the message out that other individuals that could possibly be involved will also be held accountable. That's very interesting that he's specifically making time and focusing on this.
Since the murders of Abby and Libby, 2,086 days ago, the daily investigative team has worked tirelessly and is certainly worthy of mention today. Specifically, Sheriff Linsonby, the Sheriff of Carroll County, Detectives Tony Liggett, Detective retired Kevin Hammond, former Delphi chief and now the prosecutor's investigator Steve Mullins, State Police First Sergeant Jerry Holman, Detectives Jay Harper, Dave Vito, and Brian Harshman, along with members of the United States Marshal Service, specifically Agent Jeremy Clinton and Agent Bill Culfers. With them today is Dan McClain, the U.S. Marshal, appointed U.S. Marshal. Our state police analyst, our scientist from many different disciplines within our laboratory division, Mrs. Kathy Shank, for your incredible dedication to detail and to so many others that I know I've missed. I really believe that Abby and Libby would be proud of you for standing strong, even in the face of immense pressure and perpetual criticism. Some of these individuals have postponed retirement, passed on promotional opportunity, have dedicated personal time away from their families, given up nights, weekends, and holidays, all while in the pursuit of accountability for Abby and Libby. I know that today's announcement will not diminish your resolve, and I hope you have found just a bit of peace in this most complicated world. This is really important. While I know you are all expecting final details today concerning this arrest, today is not that day. Today is not that day.
So he opens up with wanting to avoid ambiguity. Today's the day, and now today's not that day. Now, obviously, he's talking about the exact details and nature of the arrest, but what's weird, though, in other cases, again, just looking at other cases, there's a certain amount of celebration, we got the guy, etc., etc. I mean, obviously, it's not over, we still have work to do, etc., but there's a celebratory nature, and he's doing everything he can here to downplay it, talk about other involved individuals. Again, compare this to other cases where a murderer is caught either by DNA match or otherwise, and it's relatively definitive. Their press conference, arrest, on these particular charges, we believe, so it's very, very different than what we see here. There's not all this focus on accomplices and other people involved. There's just a celebration of they finally got this guy. And a case this high profile, going this long, it's very curious on what Doug Carter chose to focus on and the way he chose to word all of this. I mean, it's just very, very interesting. And you can compare this to other press conferences and other cases, most probably not held on Halloween in churches. But in other cases, there's just like, okay, we finally did it. We got the guy, etc., etc. Here, it's like, today's not that day. Today is the day, then it's not the day. Other people involved need to be held accountable. I mean, it's all very, very curious.
This investigation is far from complete, and we will not jeopardize its integrity by releasing or discussing documents or information before the appropriate time.
And if he had just stated that, just that, without all this focus on other potential parties involved, without explicitly stating today is not that day. I mean, today is the day. I mean, that's kind of been the catchphrase of this whole case. Today's the day for filing the arrest. So for him to choose the words today is not that day and then repeat it again, I mean, that's a kind of a weird message Doug Carter is saying, because all these people that want justice for these poor girls, they've been stating and repeating today's that day. I mean, that's been the tagline, the catchphrase. And for him to use the opposite, today's not that day, even though someone is arrested for this, now, it's just weird. If he had just made the statement he just made, where, we're not going to compromise the case by releasing all these details, that would be perfectly fine. They do that in that's normal. That's par for the course. You don't want to compromise a case. And if he had just said that without all this focus on other people possibly being involved and explicitly stating today is not that day twice for emphasis, I mean, it's kind of weird in this press conference at a church on Halloween. It's kind of weird.
Prosecutor Nick McClellan, of course, will share additional information about what we can and cannot say, and also explain to you why the probable cause affidavit is temporarily sealed by the court and not available. And by the way, he has been a tremendous, tremendous asset to this team.
That's also another curiosity. Usually these are not sealed. By law, do they have to be released within 24 hours or something of that nature? But for whatever reason, in this case, it's not. I mean, there's a lot of anomalies here. I mean, that much cannot be denied. Regardless of what the real truth is, the anomaly stack here is very, very extensive.
I'm yet again asking you for your patience and please your understanding while our system of due process works. Also remember that all persons arrested are presumed innocent. All persons arrested are presumed innocent. You all will have an innate desire to subjectively interpret and then report what you think. We in the law enforcement realm cannot, and you should never allow us to, talk about what we think concerning facts, but rather discuss and share at the right time what it is we know.
I mean, again, I just can't help but notice how different Doug Carter's statements are and all these press conferences are compared to just about any other case. I mean, just what is chosen to be emphasized. I mean, it's just really weird.
The time will come when additional details can be released. But again, today is not that day. It's about Abby and Libby, their families, and this community, this nation, and even our planet.
What? Our planet? Why is he roping in the planet? I mean, I don't know. This is really weird. This is really weird. And again, he's saying today is not that day. After all these years about hoping for an arrest, I mean, today's the day. I mean, that's for justice to be called for. I mean, to say that it already was. I mean, if he didn't already say it already was with that Friday, he could have clarified and said the day is going to be in court when the true murderer is convicted. And that's perfectly fine. Then don't open with today's the day. Because all this time, if today is the day was talking about like a major arrest, then it was the day. Then why take that away? Again, none of this makes any logical sense. It's really weird.
The prosecutor has been very clear with law enforcement about what his expectations are, about what can and cannot be released, shared, or discussed. So we will, of course, comply. If you choose to be critical of our silence, be critical of me.
It's not so much the silence, though. It's what's chosen to be talked about and the manner in which it is talked about. I mean, I don't know. It's all quite weird.
Not the front line. These are the folks that have committed their entire lives to a successful conclusion. In other words, a guilty verdict. As we move to the next phase of this investigation, I will continue to offer all resources that the ISP has to not only the investigative team I anticipate growing, but also to Prosecutor McClellan as we prepare for the coming months. Again, Nick has been very resolute and very clear, and I'm most grateful for his leadership. And it's going to be really important as we move forward. Please continue offering tips that you would like to share. The many avenues to report will remain open and will be available to all. Please continue doing that. In closing, I stand before you in this church and very place where we held our first briefing nearly 6 years ago, and just hours after the murders of Abby and Libby. Right here.
I do have to say, that is a pretty decent explanation if they wanted to hold the press conference in the exact same place. I mean, that still doesn't explain why Halloween specifically, because they could have theoretically had the press conference Friday or the Tuesday. But Monday on Halloween, I mean, it goes a little bit in the way of explaining it, because if every other press conference was not at a church, and then this one was, I mean, that'd be a lot more damning, no doubt. No doubt. But yeah, still unanswered questions.
Pulling in today, I wasn't really sure what emotion I would experience. But peace came over me. And I didn't expect that to happen. And I hope all of you, with all the different responsibilities you have from around the planet today, have felt some of that as well.
How many people are there from out of state, let alone out of country, yet alone out of continent? I mean, I don't know. I mean, how much peace can honestly be felt, though, when he's talking about all these potentially other involved individuals? I mean, I don't know.
But remember, we're not done. I think what we all have experienced proves that together there's nothing we cannot do. But more importantly, giving of ourselves, all of us, giving of ourselves matters more than what we could ever receive. Abby and Libby, though in death, have had a profound effect on so many of us, on how we live, and as importantly, who we all should be. I would now like to introduce to you my friend and the Carroll County Sheriff, Tom Lidsby, for his remarks. Sheriff.
I believe in a God of justice and righteousness. Today, I believe that same God has provided us with justice for Abby and Libby.
Okay, so now we have a notably different statement here from Toby Leesenby. He's saying God has provided justice. I mean, that's a lot different statement than everything Doug Carter is saying, we're not finished, today's not the day, other people need to be held accountable. Here we have Toby Leesenby just flat out saying, justice, today justice. I mean, that's interesting. That's very interesting, particularly for those that think Leesenby is still involved somehow.
As Sheriff of Carroll County, Indiana, I want to publicly and sincerely thank each individual who played a role in helping us during this 5.5-year investigation.
That's also kind of curious because he's stating that as if it's over. Weird.
Whether it was in an investigative capacity, providing tips, cards or letters of suggestions or encouragement, phone calls, and thousands of other countless ways of communicating. I earnestly thank those who prayed for this moment in time. We now move forward through the Indiana criminal justice system.
Now, again, saying you're moving through the system now, as opposed to trying to apprehend people, does that give the impression here that he's saying it's over and they got the guy, they're not focusing on accomplices? Again, vastly different statements and different tonality than Mr. Doug Carter.
Allowing the system to provide its due diligence and process in providing that justice which is owed Abby and Libby, their families, and this community. Thank you.
And again, I can't quite put my finger on it, but something seems off about Toby Leesenby as well. Whether it's just guilt for calling off that initial search, or because he knows far more than he's saying, or possibly he's involved in other kind of activities that don't have anything to do with this case, but there's some kind of guilt for whatever reason, or simply, if he is a good guy, just simply the guilt of not being able to get this done quicker. But there's something off and lagging in the background regarding Mr. Leesenby here. And of course, this arrest comes right after a lawsuit, which I discussed in the previous episode. And also right before an election where a new sheriff is to be elected. I mean, is that all coincidental?
Welcome, everybody. My name is Nicholas McClellan. I'm the Carroll County prosecutor, and before we get started, I want to reiterate some of the things that Sheriff Leslie and Superintendent Carter stated. I first want to thank both of them. They've been a great support to my office throughout this investigation. They've always been there for a phone call and always been willing to help a hand or a line of assistance to me and my office during this investigation. I want to thank the team behind me. This is the Homicide Task Force team that we've put together. Thank them and thank their families for being so understanding for the many nights they've worked away from their families, away from their children. There are many dates in a lifetime that you're going to remember. The date your children are born, the date you're married, the date you buy a first house, the date Abby and Libby went missing. One of those dates was last Friday, October 28, 2022. At that time, we had gathered evidence to formulate a PC that we submitted to the court, and the judge did find probable cause for an arrest of Richard Allen. He's been charged with 2 counts of murder for the murder of Abigail Williams and Liberty German.
Okay, so here is explicit confirmation, because early on, there were statements that he's being charged with 2 counts of murder, but again, some people were stating that it was unclear which murder. So now he's 2 counts. Now, the exact nature of the counts, I don't know if that's been released or anything further, but explicitly in these 2 murders of Abby and Libby. So that statement is explicit right here for those that were still waiting for something definitive.
This investigation is still very ongoing. We're keeping the tip line open, the tip email open. We encourage everybody to continue to call in tips, not only about Richard Allen, but about any other person that you may have.
Oh, that is also curious. So we have Leesenby talking about now it's time for due process in the justice system, and then you have Doug Carter and McClellan talking about other individuals and other investigation continuing and possibly arresting other individuals. I mean, this is really weird, just the nature of this conference and the vast difference between Leesenby, Carter, and McClellan here. McClellan and Carter seem to be on the same page. Leesenby talking about God serving justice and time for due process, whereas the other 2 not so much. Kind of the opposite. Talking about, continuing the investigation, and today not being the day. Weird.
For that reason and for the nature of this case, the probable cause and the charging information has been sealed by the court.
Again, would they have sealed it? Because if this is all open and shut, and there's no other individuals involved, like what's going on here? If it's already a slam dunk case, it's weird, because what did they find? They have probable cause for the arrest. They don't want to reveal exactly what that is. I mean, we'll be going into updated information here in a moment, but just again, I mean, this is quite a unique press conference. I mean, that much can be said.
I've been very clear to everybody that per the court order, we cannot talk about the evidence that's in the probable cause or the evidence that's in the charging information. That will become evident to you at some point, and it'll be released, but right now is not that day. Today's about Abby and Libby, focusing on them. Mr. Allen has had his initial hearing. He's entered a preliminary plea of not guilty. The matter's been set for a pretrial on January 13th at 9 a.m., 2023, and a trial date of March 20th, 2023 at 9 a.m. He is presumed innocent. We will have an opportunity and day in court when we can present the evidence that we have against him. But until that day, he is presumed innocent. I want to open up to a few limited questions from the audience. But again, keep in mind, we are not going to talk about the evidence that we have in this case or about the charging information. We cannot. Those things have been sealed by the court. And so I want to open up a few questions.
Prosecutor, when did Richard Allen become a suspect, and do you think he acted alone?
Again, that's part of the investigation, so I'm not going to talk about those things. What I can say is that we have probable cause established by the court for his arrest, and he is in custody. He's being held currently without bond.
How long has he been a suspect?
I'm sorry?
Is Mr. Allen connected?
Again, that gets into the evidence we have of the investigation, and I know from everybody it's frustrating. I know everybody, not only reporters, but the family, everybody wants to know more information. I understand it's frustrating, but my goal is to maintain the integrity of this case.
Superintendent Carter, you had said that you believe that you had spoken to the suspect or the suspect's family 2 years ago. Is this man one of those people?
Again, I appreciate the question, but we're getting into the timeline of events, and today's not the time to do that.
They keep reiterating today is not the day. Today's not the time. I mean, it's just kind of weird. They could have chosen to phrase that differently, considering that, again, the catchphrase of this whole case has been today's the day.
Can you talk about how rare it is? As a family, I know you've had a lot of conversations with them. You were almost in tears pretty much when you started off this press conference. Can't imagine how emotional it is for everybody that's worked on this case. What was your conversation first like with the family of Abby and Libby when you were able to tell them you finally got the suspect?
It was a very personal moment for me, and I think it was a very personal moment for them, for all of us that have had interaction with the family. We developed a relationship that I think is going to last at least one lifetime, and maybe a second. So it was a very, very, very sad yet a very humbling experience.
Superintendent, you asked for tips, detective work, there was a reward for $325,000. Did this all come together to make this nexus? Is that the combination of all three things that led us to this day? Or was it one or the other?
Well, eventually you'll be able to see what led us to this day, but again, today's not that day. To include the reward, you mentioned that, Raphael, about the reward itself.
How many times is he going to say today is not that day? I mean, what is going on here? Because there's a lot of ways to phrase this without kind of pointing and trying to undo today's the day. And yet Carter chooses these words repeatedly, today is not that day. I mean, it's just really weird. There's so many different ways you could phrase that.
And again, very premature for us to talk about that. There's still a tremendous amount of work to do.
What would you say that Abby and Libby have taught you in depth that we can remain to continue on with and on?
I think probably resilience and understanding the value of each and every day. That today was the day, but I didn't anticipate they ever thought today would be their day. And I feel like I've known them for a long time.
Is somebody else involved in this case?
Excuse me?
Do you assume there's any other individuals involved in this case?
We haven't closed the door on the investigation. And so that's why we keep the tip line and the tip email open. And so we're not presuming anything at this point, but we're going to continue to take tips, continue to take any information anybody has. And as we've done with all the information we've gathered, we're going to look at that and examine that and see where it leads us.
You we've asked the court, based on this investigation, that these documents should remain out of the public view. Could you explain, without getting into the details of what's in the documents, well, this is not regular. Usually a public hearing is held. We should be able to see all the documents, right?
Sure,
But
sure.
you made a decision. Can you explain your decision as to why you believe that maybe for the next 30 days, no one in this room should have access to those records?
Sure, it is unusual. We don't do it very often in all the cases that we handle here in Carroll County. We did it in this case because the investigation is still open. And while all cases are important, the nature of this case has some extra scrutiny with it. And so my office, felt it was important to seal those records. There will be a public hearing on whether or not those records are going to remain sealed or not. There'll be public notice for that hearing so that everyone can attend, but there will be a hearing to determine whether or not they're going to stay sealed. But for now, to me, it's about protecting the integrity of this case. I want to have an opportunity at some point to have an opportunity in court to explain the evidence and for that not to be tarnished or tainted or anything like that. Again, he's presumed innocent, and so it was important for me in this case to do that. Hold on just a minute.
How did the clients fit in all this?
We're not going to comment on that right now as part of the investigation. Again, we just encourage everybody to continue to call in tips if they have them about anybody, and we'll examine those tips.
How does it feel for you guys to have searched nationwide for nearly 6 years, going all over the place, only to find your guy, down the street from your office?
That's a hard question to answer. It's a mixed emotions. I've been watching the news all weekend like everybody else has, and I think a lot of the members of the public said it right. It's bittersweet. It's a step in the right direction. It's concerning that he's a local guy. So I think just different emotions. Again, this is a step in the right direction. This is the first step into getting into court and having a trial. And so,
All right, so let's move on to this interview immediately after this press conference, and we'll see what Doug Carter reveals here.
Doug, talk about one thing you said. You stood up there and you said you weren't sure what kind of emotions you were going to feel today.
Yeah.
And talk about that. You pulled up and it just hit you.
Well, I got up really early today, and I didn't really work all day yesterday, and in my mind about what was happening, and I just decided to take the long way here. And I was going to get here early, and I decided not to, so it was about a 2-cup trip, and I just disappeared into the rural areas of Delphi, from Delphi to my home, and it was a bit surreal. And then when I pulled into the parking lot, it was really surreal, and it was just peaceful. I just felt, weird. I didn't expect that.
You were visibly emotional up there. Can you talk about that? I mean, you've always said this was personal.
It is personal. It's personal to all of us, and to be able to participate and see the raw emotion, and to see the commitment and the dedication of not just from the state police, but from, the sheriff's office in this county has 12 deputies, I think. The city of Delphi is very small, but it's a wonderful, wonderful community. And just to see the level of commitment at a time when most people would have just walked away is very powerful to me as my career comes to an end. It's very powerful.
Are you confident this is your guy?
The judge signed the probable cause affidavit for the arrest of Richard Allen for 2 counts of murder. Yes.
Do you think there are other people involved?
I'm not going to go there.
There's still speculation out there that investigators should still continue to look, even though he's passed away, at Ron Logan, where the bodies were found.
We're going to keep doing what we've done until there's nothing left for us to do.
And again, another curiosity that he doesn't state here, Ron Logan's been ruled out. He says they're just going to continue investigating, and he doesn't want to go there. That's another interesting phrasing, because he could have easily said, I can't talk about the details of the investigation, but he chose to say, I'm not going to go there as far as other people involved. I mean, he's already made the statement regarding other individuals being held accountable, so clearly the door is open there. Clearly that's a possibility. He doesn't want to kind of reveal, because maybe they are looking at a few other people. Maybe they know for sure, and they're just waiting for the evidence to pile up, just like against Allen, if they did have Allen on the radar. And maybe they knew for sure about Allen, or that he's one of the parties involved for a long time. So, just interesting statements. Again, not really like other cases.
We're going to keep doing it.
I was looking back at my old notes from I have
been with us
notebooks.
the whole time,
I have
by the way.
notebooks for 5.5 years. So I was reading back on the time when you guys searched Mr. Logan's property, and Kim Riley, was it Kim's? And he was saying it was because some things didn't add up. Are we still looking at Mr. Logan as possibly
We're looking
involved?
at everything and all of it. We're looking at all of it. We said when this happened, we were going to start all over.
So you never,
That's what we're doing.
so you never cleared him, Mr. Logan.
We haven't cleared anybody.
Whoa! Interesting statement there from Doug Carter. Nobody's been cleared, so none of the family members, none of the police officers, not Leesenby, not himself. I mean, they haven't cleared anybody? They haven't cleared anybody. Interesting. I mean, that's an interesting statement from Doug Carter. Because he could have said, oh, I can't talk about who we have and haven't cleared. That would have been a perfectly normal statement. Because, you know, if you don't want to reveal any evidence, you know, that's a normal statement for an officer to say either no comment. Even I don't want to go there. I mean, that's kind of a little bit weird, but still, that's fine. But to openly admit no one has been cleared, that's interesting. That's especially when you're holding a press conference on an arrest. So he's and again, remember how he opened the press conference talking about not wanting ambiguity or vagueness, and yet that's all he provides. But they haven't cleared anyone. So they arrested a guy who is charged with Abby's and Libby's murders. And at the same time, no one has been cleared. No one. I mean, those very explicit words. That means none of the other family members. That means none of the police officers. That would technically mean none of the FBI agents investigating, none of the judges, none of the prosecutors. I mean, he said he hasn't cleared anyone. Anyone. I mean, that's crazy. That's mind-shocking. And that was an instant response with a straight face and intensity. Unlike his other interviews, you don't see him stumbling, thumbing his nose, rubbing his head, getting twitchy. That was one of the few times that he just looks straight at her, gives a definitive comment with none of this body language or micro-expression, funny business. That's very interesting.
Talk about the decision to keep the PC closed.
Well, that's a part of this entire process. This is not a typical, usual homicide investigation. I mean, they all matter. But this one is different. And Nick McClellan, the prosecutor here, has been a really good partner and made the decision to attempt to do that, and the judge agreed. So that's all I'm going to say about it.
Can you talk about what brought you to Mr. Allen?
No, I can't.
Can you talk about if he's related to Kevin Klein in any way?
I can't talk about any of the facts associated with the case. Emily, I can't.
And again, he could have said, I can't talk about it when asked about anybody being cleared or around, but he chose to openly admit directly that no one has been cleared.
The Patties confirmed to us that at one point Mr. Allen processed some photos for them at the local CVS and didn't make them pay for them. They there was a rumor out there, and they said, yep, that happened. Did you know that happened?
I didn't.
Okay, that's a little weird. This kind of major detail. So either he's lying, but again, I've analyzed the body language and micro-expressions of Doug Carter in the past in other interviews. You can go check on those. Here, notice he's being very direct, looking her dead in the eye without any of the twitchy funny business. So either he's just flat out dead lying, or he's flat out telling the truth without any of this back and forth ambiguity of choosing to reveal details, which he does in interviews a lot as well. So he doesn't even know that this guy processed the photos for the family and didn't charge the family. How does he not know that? I mean, does that alarm anybody?
You always said, I mean, gosh, in every press conference when you brought out the video and the audio, and you addressed the killer several times and said, if you're here, do we know if he was ever in any of those rooms when you talked? Are you going back and looking at video or trying to see?
We're going to do everything we can possibly do.
The command center, that's long been closed, but are we going to reestablish a new command center
There's
now?
one there now. We moved from the big facility back to the city building and now to another facility near the square in downtown Delphi.
And so is that about to get even busier
I
now?
will give them any resource they want. I'm not going to get involved in the production of a process from an investigative standpoint, but there will be no questions as to why. If they ask for a resource, they'll get it.
Who's the lead investigator, though, on this? Is it Carroll County? Is it you guys? Is
Yes.
it everybody?
Yes, it's a task force. We've been a task force from the very beginning. This event happened in Carroll County, of course, but we've been unified since the very beginning, and we'll maintain that.
FBI, too? Are they still involved?
FBI and all federal agencies are continuing to be available to us.
How many, and over these past 5.5 years, where I was trying to find out overall how many tips before today had come in? It was like tens of thousands?
Oh,
Or
70,000-ish. I should have gotten that this morning. I've said that a couple different times, but I think we're somewhere around 70,000 or just above that.
How about the reward? What was that up to?
Yeah, I think it was 340 or 350,000, I think, and we'll work through all those details as time goes on.
And to have come to Mr. Allen, is anyone in line to get any of that reward? Is there?
We're going to continue to work through those details.
Okay, so in other words, you can't say. Anything else that you want to add? I was reading last night in an interview, you said, this is the first time in a case that you could recall that you had audio, video of the person you thought was responsible. Do you think Mr. Allen is the man on that bridge?
The judge signed a probable cause affidavit for the arrest of him. I can't wait to tell the story, but today's not the day.
Again, choosing to say today is not the day deliberately, instead of just saying, I can't talk about it, like he's done in other instances.
When do you think you can tell that story?
We're going to let the courts decide.
In other words, let them decide when they can release that PC.
Well, and then even then, remember, even then, when the PC's released, due process is still a piece of all this puzzle. And this isn't over until it's over. And that's where the conviction of him.
You said when I interviewed the 5-year anniversary, when we finally charge someone, that's when the real work is going to begin. That basically you have to start all over, essentially?
That's in essence what they'll do. I can't think of a case in my lifetime in a long, long career that had that much information, that much data associated with one case. So the right thing to do is to go back to every one of them.
And you go back through all the tips you've gotten?
Exactly what they'll do.
Every single one since day one? Yeah. And maybe you already answered this. Do we know if you ever interviewed Mr. Allen in the past?
I'm not going to talk about Mr. Allen.
We've gotten several calls this week, since this broke, that, hey, what about the little girls in Flora? Are you still working on that case?
I wasn't going to say this today, and I've said it to a couple of networks, but when I took the long way here today, I stopped in Flora, and there's a gravel lot across from that house where those 4 little girls died, and I said to myself, I hope that one day we're doing the same thing for them. Still alive and well.
Anything else you want to add?
I'm tired.
What's your expression, your thoughts to this community, the people that are out walking the street? They're just going, man, finally, something.
No, I love that question, and I'm just going to make some assumptions, but I hope that they're not on edge anymore. I hope they're not looking around anymore, that they're afraid of going out to the High Bridge or to a park or getting on their bikes and taking off down the street or an alley or whatever that might be. No, give it to us. Give it to us. And we've been encouraging that, but it would be probably very unlikely for them just to say, okay, the sheriff's office and the city PD and the state police have this, we're not going to worry about it anymore. That's not what I'm asking them to do. But maybe today is that first step towards that next place of peace for them too, and I hope so.
It really changed the community.
It did. It did. Yeah. And this is, I think, one of the reasons it has such a global interest is because this is every small town in America.
It has a global interest because it's every small town in America. I mean, some people might think I'm nitpicking here, but come on. Do random villages in Africa with no internet, are they really following this case? Or in the jungles of Southeast Asia, like Papua New Guinea, some of those places, or the mountains of China or Mongolia, or some remote villages in Siberia, or in the Amazon rainforest. I mean, are those people really following the case and interest there? Not that they wouldn't care or anything like that. I think any human being would care, but I'm not sure I would use the word global and planet, every other paragraph when talking about this case. And is there a tell there for Carter? I mean, I don't know. I'm not saying it means anything. I'm just saying we don't really see that with other cases, especially small town murders.
Yeah, and that's true. So we've tried to always remember that and talk about that and not forget the value of this work, no matter what color the shirt you're wearing. Yeah.
So let's look at one more interview of Doug Carter with more context here. This was posted November 2nd, Fox 59 News. I don't know when this was recorded, somewhere around there, but after the press conference, so more recent. And there's an interesting clip here on the 1-year anniversary regarding, again, the language of today is the day and whether or not it refers to the actual arrest or the day in court where the guilty party would be found guilty.
If you're watching this and you're responsible, today may be your day. It might be tomorrow, but I can guarantee you your day is coming.
Those words on the 1-year anniversary of the murders of Abigail Williams and Liberty German, they gave us all chills.
So again, clearly he's talking about the arrest being made. So then he states, okay, today or the previous Friday before the Halloween press conference, that was the day of the arrest. But then he goes on to say today is not that day a million times. Why would he constantly use that phrasing instead of just saying, oh, well, I can't talk about the evidence right now? He chooses to use the word, today is not that day. Today is not the day. After only saying today is the day or today was the day one time at the beginning of the press conference. He only said it once after all those years, and then he proceeded to say today is not that day multiple times. What does that mean? I mean, this is just the phrasing is really interesting. It's as if there are multiple parties involved, so in the back of his mind, he knows it's not really the day. I mean, would that explain why he constantly wanted to say today's not that day a whole bunch more times?
Indiana State Police Superintendent Doug Carter speaking directly to the murderer he believed could even be watching that very news conference 4 years ago. Now, that man arrested, Richard Allen, accused of killing the 2 8th-grade girls. He was living in Delphi before, during, and after that day. Superintendent Carter here now on the red couch. I want to start with taking us to the day when you knew you had the evidence and you could actually not announce it, but that you could make the arrest.
So clearly the day is referring to the arrest, not being found guilty in court.
What was that day like?
First, thank you for welcoming me here. It was surreal, and I was not for us. I was so excited about the family, to be able to talk with the family and to the community, and maybe maybe now this is going to start that process of healing. That would be my hope.
Yeah. Congratulations. I knew that, many of us thought that you would retire, at a certain time, and then we knew that you probably wouldn't because of how important this case was. I mean, every case is important.
It is.
And I know that because I know you. But can you dive into that? This community was rocked. The country was in a different way, perhaps, because of the innocence of 2 8th-graders.
I've said all along, it's every town USA.
Yeah.
And I think that's the dynamic of how this has grown and how it's gained such momentum, Angela. But to see it now and to see maybe that community that's become so special to me and to all of us, start that process of getting back to some semblance of normalcy.
Okay, so again, very choice words, starting the process, not getting to just the beginning of the process. It's as if, again, he's just being so measured as if he knows there's multiple people responsible. Again, maybe there are, maybe there aren't. Maybe Richard Allen is the right guy. Maybe he's not. Again, this is MINDSHOCK. I'm not alleging anything is true or untrue. We're just examining all available information logically.
It warmed my heart, quite frankly.
You work so closely with your team, all of the state troopers, the detectives, the prosecutor's office, the U.S. Marshals, the Sheriff's Department. When it came to saying, okay, Now we have this. We know this is going to get out. How do we do it? And we are only going to say his name, and we're going to give the mugshot.
Right.
How does that discussion look? Is it an easy discussion? Do you debate it? How does that even come together?
Well, the debate's good for everything,
Absolutely.
right? So there certainly was a lot of debate with strategy throughout this entire process. But I felt enormous responsibility, but not near the responsibility that those frontline detectives felt. So my job was to support them in everything that they did, not question them, but to support them. And I hope that I did that. I know I did it to the best of my ability. The strategy with release, we've always realized the best way through trouble is right up the middle. So we're going to do what we always think is right. Not necessarily what people want to hear, but we're going to do what we believe is right. And gosh, we look back on our whole lifetime and we have, dang, I wish I'd have done that differently, but I don't think I was doing it knowing it was wrong. So it's that's what we did.
Probable cause. This has become, wow, this really blew up actually on my Facebook page. I was surprised that I have like 1,000 people and about half of them are angry. It is very rare that a probable cause would be sealed and we wouldn't have even something that showed a little information, redacted everything, but something that just said, we have evidence here, here's how this looks. To have it all under seal, very rare. I'm actually a little surprised that people were upset at us that we would at least request that the judge look at it and say, okay, is this really how this should be and it should be under seal? You understand that that is our job, and you would, I'm guessing, expect us to request that.
I would, and I do. I think that you guys do a really good job of maintaining that stability in the middle someplace.
Yeah.
And this is rather unusual.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be forever.
Yeah.
This is very complex, and just since less than 48 hours ago, we have over 200 new additional tips. So we've still got a lot of work to do.
So again, constantly referring to the case as complex. I mean, how many single perpetrator cases are that complex, particularly when you have audio and video? So what is he referring to specifically when he's talking about complex? And what is he trying to say regarding these extra 200 tips after the arrest? Are those in corroboration of evidence pointing against Richard Allen? Or is it evidence in the direction of other people, some believing Richard Allen is either not the guy or not the sole guy?
But I'm proud of where we are.
Can you characterize any of those tips? If you could say, well, it's kind of what we have gotten, or like, whoa, we've gotten something. I mean, I know you can't talk specifics.
No, I'll say that. I'll say to everybody watching this morning, every one of those matter. Every single one of them matters. So if you think it's a little bit unusual, tell us. Let us figure that out. Now, we're not always going to tell you what we know until the time is right. We'll never tell you what we think. So that's kind of where this is right now.
Well, you know, I mean, I want to ask you 1,000 questions, but I know that we have we have a relationship, and I know not to step over that because I do respect you. I trust you. I know you've worked hard. You were a man of character when you said we have an arrest. We will let everyone know. You were a man of your integrity. You gave us that, and we appreciate that, and we've always enjoyed working with you. And we congratulate you.
Well, and the congratulations are, kind of a side note to all this. But
it's important.
It is. I appreciate that. It really goes to the people that have done all this work. It's been just an amazing experience of humility and of partnerships with the Sheriff's Office and the City PD and all of our federal partnerships. And that's cliche sometimes, but it's so real now. It's so real now, and we're not done yet.
No, and especially when you look at, I mean, it's my daughters they would have been my daughter's age. They should be in college, and it's disgusting. And it's sad. So I think for us to be able to, as a community, be able to say that hopefully someone will be held accountable is important. So thank you.
Sure is.
We are going to take a break and we'll be right back.
So yeah, not a lot of info, but interesting. Very interesting regarding today's the day. Today is not the day. I mean, just the language utilized there. So let's go through some more information here. I'm going to start with a very interesting question that I actually kind of brought up A poster on the Delphi Murders subreddit also made a post about this. How did the search go under the radar? What did law enforcement tell Richard Allen and his wife about the search 2 weeks ago? This was posted 10 days ago, so about a month ago now. Neighbors saw this search and have been in the dark for 2 weeks. Perhaps the wife didn't know what this was about. I find it tremendously interesting because there was no heads up for 2 weeks that something was going down in Delphi. And the interwebs are not known for their discretion and respect for privacy, so this is so crazy that the arrest happened without a pressure cooker buildup of speculation following the search. Given the intensity of the press coverage of the river searches related to Keegan Kline, I have to give Delphi police some major props for avoiding leaks. Well, also, early on, I mean, there were, I don't know if to call it leaks, but there were reports of all these different houses being searched and warrants being executed on random houses in the Delphi area in connection to the case. And yet this really did go under the radar. So, Leveraged Sellout posted this. The neighbors were watching a lot of unmarked law enforcement, not in uniform. But they know who the Delphi cops are, so they recognize some people. They were there for 12 hours. Towed his car. Richard Allen waited outside the whole time. Took thin books, clothing, shopping bag, and shoebox out of the house. Took pictures around the shed. Dug up 2 small areas. And were using what appeared to be a metal detector near one of the tiny dig spots. Quote, dig area was small like a bottle cap, end quote. Richard Allen continued to go to work in the following days, was detained last Wednesday. Wow. So during this whole search and afterwards, he continued going to work. I mean, that's kind of interesting, though, because if it's also interesting the choice for law, because supposedly some people were saying that the police were called either some kind of domestic violence call, or the neighbors said that Richard Allen stole something. So why would they send unmarked vehicles and non-uniformed law enforcement? They, according to this poster here regarding what the neighbors said, they were not in uniform. So is that normal? I mean, so does that mean they knew what they were doing and they knew this was they were just using an excuse to search his house? They always knew that he was the guilty party and that this was in relation to Abby and Libby, and they had unmarked cars and unmarked officers ready to execute this search as to not cause attention. Because why would there be all this discretion for a standard domestic violence or some kind of theft report? I mean, that's pretty weird. And then also pretty weird, this guy's standing outside for 12 hours. And then he just goes to work normally the next day. I mean, it's kind of weird. It's kind of, is he really not guilty? And he didn't know what they were doing exactly. Or if he is guilty and connected to one of the guilty parties, he didn't think they would have found anything. But he just continues going on, living his life normally. I mean, that's kind of weird. Posters here just asking, how did he not bolt? Someone posted, he had 5.5 years to bolt. What makes you think he's doing it now? Although, obviously, a search on his property. I mean, it's kind of weird. Tomatoes Are Toxic posted this. He was reading a thin book with a blue and white cover in that video from Facebook where his wife snuck up on him in the car when she was shopping. He slammed it shut as soon as she walked up and gave her a disgusted look. Huh. So they searched his house but did not detain him. So they 12 hours. Okay, so they searched his house for 12 hours. They did not detain him. Then he continued going to work. And then at a certain point, they arrest him. X amount of days or weeks later. That's kind of weird. Huh. Here's an interesting article by Izzy Karpinski, Fox59.com. Who is Richard Allen? What we know about the Delphi suspect. And there's some curious information here. It's a name that will now forever be tied to one of the darkest chapters in Delphi history, Richard Allen. But what exactly is known about the man charged with the 2017 murders of Libby German and Abby Williams? Fox 59 reported 50-year-old Richard Allen was arrested, taken into custody at the Indiana State Police's post in West Lafayette Wednesday, October 26th. He was formally charged with 2 counts of murder 2 days later on October 28th. Interesting timeline. Delphi suspect charged with 2 counts of murder, investigation far from complete. October 28th was also his first court appearance in which Carroll County prosecutor Nicholas McClelland said Allen entered a not guilty plea for his murder charge. Sources with first-hand knowledge of the investigation told Fox 59 Allen actually came forward as a witness in the earlier stages of the investigation. So, some people speculate that Richard Allen was actually the source of the second sketch to throw the scent off of him, and the first sketch actually is accurate. Or simply put forth other information. Now, if he's the source of the second sketch, if police knew that, would they still release the second sketch? Was this all basically a sham in order to get Richard Allen, for the police to get Richard Allen to think they don't suspect him because they released the second sketch? And then they lie, they pull a 180 basically, and say that they're now on a new course of the investigation with the second sketch. Is that all for show, just for Richard Allen? Because Richard Allen turns on the news, sees the new sketch and this shift in the investigation to look for the new sketch and to disregard the original sketch. And then he thinks, oh, I guess the cops believe me? Is this really what it was all about? I mean, I don't know. That seems kind of weird. Mike Patty, Libby's grandfather, said he did not personally know Allen, but has probably seen him since Delphi is a small town. According to the latest U.S. Census in 2020, Delphi has a population of 2,961. Public records show Allen relocated to Delphi from Mexico, Indiana, in December 2006. That's when he bought the home he has lived in ever since, a home not far from where the bodies of Abby and Libby were found near the Delphi Historic Trails, February 14th, 2017. Allen worked in Delphi as a pharmacy technician at a local CVS. He received his pharmacy technician license in 2017. No complaints or sanctions against him appear on file with the Indiana State Pharmacy Board. After the press conference, Becky Patty did confirm that the man arrested and accused printed off pictures for the family. And did not charge them for the photos. When asked about his employment, a CVS health representative confirmed he was an employee and said, "We are shocked and saddened to learn that one of our store employees was arrested as a suspect in these crimes. We stand ready to cooperate with the police investigation in any way we can." Richard Allen's record only shows traffic violations, with most recent being a speeding ticket in Jasper County in 2013. He was also ticketed for speeding in Fulton County in 2005. Allen's earliest ticket was for driving without a seatbelt in 2003. Allen paid a fine for all 3 tickets. He's next due in court January 13th, 2023 for a pretrial conference. A jury trial is set to begin March 20th, 2023. So, according to the Down the Hill Update podcast, Richard Allen and his wife spent several hours in a car outside the home the day of the search, October 13th. That's weird. So Mike Patty's saying they didn't know the guy. Some posters are also saying that he lived in Peru and that the Keegan Klein was his neighbor in Peru, Indiana. And there was a missing girl in Peru, Indiana, mid-2000. And then a whole bunch of deleted comments here regarding any further information. So if anybody else knows anything about that, feel free to comment there. So let's look at the timeline here. Someone put this together also on the Delphi murder subreddit, Disastrous Lie. Make of that what you will. List of known events / coincidences / developments that led to the arrest of Richard Allen. Sources, law enforcement, media sources, and murder sheets. Some people don't like them, but they had Carter on record thanking them after the press conference, which implies he knows the content they've put out and is okay with what they put out. If he wasn't, he wouldn't thank them. So, summer 2021, ISP announces media blackout on Delphi. December 6, 2021, late night release from ISP asking for info on the Anthony Schatz social media account. December 7th, 2021, media reveals that the person behind Anthony Schatz is Keegan Kline. He is in jail for possession and distribution of CSAM plus child exploitation and child solicitation. On November 26, 2021, his house is raided by the police. December 9th, 2021, Barbara McDonald interviews Keegan Kline in jail and asks questions about the Delphi murders. March 14th, 2021, the Murder Sheet podcast releases a transcription of an ISP interview with Keegan Kline in August 2020 that touches on the Delphi murders. April 11th, 2022, ISP asks for info on the Anthony Schatz Yubo/Yellow account. April 30th, 2022, at CrimeCon, Kelsey German tells a newspaper law enforcement is telling the families the murders are social media related. Quote, in the beginning, I was super angry when they first released it, and law enforcement officially told us they think it's social media and that's what they're looking at. I was so mad I went to her grave and yelled at her. I screamed. End quote. May 14th, 2022, Murder Sheets release the Ron Logan search warrant. August 1st, 2022, Keegan Kline's trial continuance. August 9th, 2022, Murder Sheet reveals ISP Superintendent Carter sees a 1-hour PowerPoint presentation on Kline and the involvement with Delphi. August 18th, States asks to seal documents evidencing ISP taking custody of Keegan Kline. They take him out of Miami County Jail to a secret location, the Grissom Air Base. We don't know what Kline tells or shows investigators. The next day, August 19th, ISP begins a 5-week-long search of Wabash River in Peru, Keegan Kline's hometown. August 23rd, 2022, Murder Sheet reveals that Kline searched the location of the Marathon gas station in Delphi February 13th, 2017. Law enforcement tells the Murder Sheet the release of this info would not hurt the investigation. September 19th, Doug Carter is flown to the Wabash search area. September 21st, the end of the Wabash River search. September 23rd, Keegan Kline starts telling people he told authorities that while someone else was committing the Delphi murders, he was waiting in a red Jeep. Murder Sheet is able to corroborate these claims through 2 different sources. September 28th, ISP confirms the Wabash River search is over. October 13th, a police search takes place at a home in Delphi. October 20th, Keegan Kline's pre-trial hearing. The plan is to go ahead with a jury trial in January 2023. October 26th, Delphi resident Richard Allen is arrested in connection to the murders of Abby and Libby. November 8th, Keegan's trial continuance because parties are engaged in negotiations. Trial is moved to May 2023. And then also several charges are dropped against Keegan Kline coincidentally after this arrest of Richard Allen. What does that mean? Another interesting development here, IndyStar.com, judge recuses himself from case against Delphi murder suspect Richard Allen. November 3rd, 2022, John Tufts and Sarah Nelson, Indianapolis Star. A judge overseeing the case against murder suspect Richard Allen has recused himself hours after granting a motion to transfer Allen from a county jail to a state prison. Allen, 50, of Delphi, has been charged with 2 counts of murder in the deaths of teens Liberty German and Abigail Williams, whose bodies were found February 14, 2017, after they were hiking the day before. Carroll County Circuit Court Judge Benjamin A. Diner signed a motion Thursday transferring Allen away from the small, close-knit Indiana town where the teens were found killed and over to the custody of the Indiana Department of Corrections for safekeeping. Hours later, court records appeared showing Diner submitted an order of recusal to the Indiana Supreme Court requesting a special judge outside of Carroll County oversee the case. Trial court judges can recuse themselves from a case for a variety of reasons. Catherine Dolan, a spokesperson for the Indiana Supreme Court, said in a statement, "While the order is public record, a judge does not have to explain a reason for recusal. But in the motion to transfer Allen to a state prison for holding, Diner cited a bloodlust for information from the public in the case that's made officials feel unsafe and not protected. This finding is not predicated on any acts or alleged acts of the defendant, since arrest, rather a toxic and harmful insistence on public information about defendant and this case," Diner wrote. He noted that he's been made aware of YouTube videos containing photos of his family members. Wow, that's messed up. Indiana Supreme Court has appointed Allen County Judge Fran Gull as special judge in the case, according to Dolan. Yeah, I mean, that's really crazy. Some people, of course, allege that there's something going on behind the scenes with local law enforcement and court officials. But back to Klein's dismissal of charges, WRTV.com, judge dismisses 5 charges against Keegan Klein. Posted November 7th, 2022. A Miami County judge has officially dismissed 5 charges against Keegan Klein, a man supposedly linked to social media profiles connected to the investigation of the murders of Abby Williams and Liberty German in Delphi. Prosecutors filed a motion on Wednesday asking that 5 counts of child pornography possession against Klein be dismissed on the basis that, quote, "there is insufficient evidence to prove said counts beyond a reasonable doubt at trial," end quote. Last week, Indiana police named 50-year-old Richard Allen as the primary suspect in the girls' murders. His arrest came more than 5 years after the investigation began. So that's kind of weird. Is it all coincidental that this guy's arrested and all of a sudden charges are dropped against Klein? Now, maybe they would have been dropped anyway if they couldn't prove it, whatever, but it's awfully convenient. The coincidence stack regarding Klein being taken out of custody, facilitating the river search, and then mere weeks later, there's the house search and then arrest of Allen, and then all of a sudden, 5 charges dropped against Klein. What does everybody make of this? Is this all just mere coincidence in this case? Now, supposedly, some people are stating, I think this was from the Murder Sheet podcast also, that law enforcement was simply looking through old evidence relating to people that spoke to Allen. And that simply going through old files is what facilitated the movement on Allen and not anything to do with Keegan Klein or the river search. I mean, just the timing is weird, though. The timing's definitely weird. A post by Lord of Withy Woods. I think they found a device in the river that connected Richard Allen and Keegan Klein. By the time you presented, it was only a couple of weeks or so after the river search wrapped up that Richard Allen was arrested, a reasonable amount of time for data forensic experts to process the evidence found in the river, which subsequently created a foundation for the warrant executed at Allen's residence. I also noticed that the area they seemed to be searching was very near a bridge. This leads me to think that the device was thrown into the river while driving over the bridge. A quick, easy, relatively safe way to get rid of incriminating evidence. And then, of course, all of a sudden, charges being dropped against Klein. A certain amount of charges being dropped. Now, what if there's another wrinkle here, though? What if somehow they could prove that certain counts, it wasn't Keegan Klein accessing the devices, and it was either Allen or someone else, if we're going to go with the coincidence on the timeline. And that's why they dropped them, not just generally saying, oh, we couldn't prove those anyway, so we're going to drop those charges. If they found specific evidence showing that, or at least reasonable evidence showing that Klein might not have been the one who accessed whatever those 5 counts detail on some of the devices, if they have another party involved, and that other party just so happens to be Allen or someone connected to Allen, I mean, I don't know. That's kind of weird. So apparently there's 30 charges on Klein. They only dropped 5 charges or so. So is that definitive either way? I mean, I don't know. It's just the timeline is kind of weird. Also, Keegan Klein's attorney filed a motion to continue his trial and stated that they are in negotiations with the state. So even though only 5 charges are currently dropped, was that done as some kind of notion of goodwill because they're currently in negotiations? So what will the result of those negotiations be? And are those negotiations somehow involving Richard Allen and this recent arrest, or information Klein provided that led to it, if indeed that is what led to them doing so? An interesting post here last week by Usual Requirement. The sealed charging document will shock everyone. People are offering up some really complicated theories about Richard Allen and the charging document. I disagree with these theories. I think what's really going on is far simpler. First, Richard Allen was identified and arrested because of sheer coincidence. His apprehension occurred independently of the criminal investigation that's been going on for the past 5 years. This is highly embarrassing to the police. Second, Richard Allen acted alone, but he may be connected to or have knowledge of a child pedo or pornography ring. Third, investigators are making a mistake by keeping the charging document sealed. Right now, they are intensively wrapped up in the pedo case they're building. They want to be left alone for the time being, but that conflicts with the First Amendment, which will be the argument made by the media's attorneys as the upcoming hearing to unseal. Fourth, this frequently happens with the police. They fail to take into account that making records public will help, not hinder, the investigation. Facts will be put out enabling the general public to participate in and hopefully catch some bad guys. Summing up, Richard Allen's coincidental arrest makes police officers look terrible. To mitigate their damaged reputation, they need to be able to say, so what if our long drawn-out investigation into the killer failed? Here's a pedo ring we're in the process of busting open. I'm a retired professional who worked around police and criminal courts for 20-plus years. So that's the take of this supposed professional who worked in criminal courts for over 20 years. Post here by Himbo Kakarot. Rumor is he was investigated because he broke into a neighbor's shed to steal a tool. When they checked into it, they either found evidence from the crime scene or they found fingerprints or DNA that matched the crime scene. Richard Allen didn't have a criminal record, so fingerprints and DNA would not have been on file. I mean, would they really search the house for 12 hours over some random... Unless that was a separate incident with the shed, and then they suspected that he might have had something to do with Delphi. Other people, of course, speculate that there was an animal hair and it was from one of Richard Allen's pets, and then they matched it or whatever. I mean, I don't know. This is quite unusual. I mean, that's all that can be said there. Let's look at Richard Allen's letter here, his handwritten letter to the court, which, I mean, I don't know. It seems a little unusual to me. I mean, make of this what you will, but it is strange. So the date filed here, November 9th, 2022. To Carroll Circuit Court and those. In the case listed above, I, Richard M. Allen, hereby throw myself at the mercy of the court. I am begging to be provided with legal assistance in a public defender or whatever help is available. At my initial hearing, October 28, 2022, I asked to find representation for myself. However, at the time, I had no clue how expensive it would be just to talk to someone. I also did not realize what my wife and I's immediate financial situation was going to be. We have both been forced to immediately abandon employment, myself due to incarceration, and my wife for her personal safety. She has had to abandon our house for her own safety. What little reserve there is will fail to even maintain the original residence. Again, I throw myself at the mercy of the court. Please provide me whatever assistance you may. Thank you for your time in this most urgent matter. Sincerely, Richard M. Allen. You know what's weird, though? He has not been provided with legal counsel? Isn't that illegal? What? I mean, that's kind of weird. I mean, I don't know what to make of that. Now, a few things stand out. Now, if this guy is guilty, would he be writing this letter in this fashion? Or if he's innocent, would he be writing it in this fashion? Now, some people will say, oh, well, he's just this really dumb backwood hick. I don't know about that. Look at the words he's using. Legal assistance, find representation, abandon employment, incarceration, little reserve, maintain original residence. I mean, these are relative. I mean, they're not huge words. They're not like MIT, Harvard type words, but they're not backwoods hick words. I mean, they're relatively multi-syllable words. I mean, it looks like no real spelling errors except for begging to be provide. That should have been provided. He just missed one D. But in general here, I mean, this does not seem like someone with a mental disability or any... I mean, you find far, far more dumbed down writing on social media every day, even from college graduates. So, I mean, it's kind of hard to make heads or tails of this. If he's innocent, would he write in this fashion? If he's guilty, would he write in this fashion? Or, if he's not guilty of the physical murders, but perhaps is connected to another individual, is that the more likely situation? And how have they not already provided him with legal counsel? I mean, that's kind of weird. He's talking about his wife's safety. Again, I mean, if this really was just some backwoods murderous hick, would he even have the mental capacity to feign concern for his wife's safety? I mean, is this a case of a split personality issue? I mean, this guy has been in a mental hospital, so I mean, it's possible one of his personalities is writing this that is not aware of the severity of the crime, in which case that kind of explains the letter. Because he's writing this as if this isn't some major, one of the biggest murder cases ever. He's writing this as if, you know, he stole something or there was some kind of an accident or, you know, something of that nature. That's what jumped out at me the most. It's like it almost doesn't match the severity of the crime, the tonality here. Or does that point to his guilt because he's that much of a sociopath? But then why is he talking about his wife's safety? Again, there's a lot of things that don't add up here. Let's go to some mind-shocking rumors here. Now, supposedly, this has been verified. Supposedly. So, quite a bit has been posted on Twitter regarding Richard Allen. And, I mean, there's even property records dug up. So, supposedly, here's a post by West Side Knows on Twitter. Not only did Cody Patty live right next door to Richard Allen, but Mike and Betty Patty have been friends with Richard Allen and his family for over 20 years. Read it and expletive weep. Enough of the Kleins and Ron Logan expletive. The family is involved, period. This is the opinion of West Side Knows on Twitter. Stunned bar owner recalls Delphi murder suspect sitting inches away from wanted sketch. This is on thedailybeast.com by Justin Worlich. He would come in, we would always talk about the girls and everything. Bob Matlock told the Daily Beast on Monday. So let's look at Matlock's astute observations here. Looking back on it now, Bob Matlock can't believe the suspect was sitting in front of him all along. Accused double murderer and CVS pharmacy technician Richard Allen, a 50-year-old father of two charged with killing Delphi, Indiana teens Libby German and Abby Williams on a hiking trail in 2017, was a regular customer at Matlock's Tavern, JC's Bar. He would come in and we would always talk about the girls and everything. Matlock, 75, told the Daily Beast on Monday. We would carry on conversations about it. He would say, you know, it's such a tragedy, and we'd say we felt sorry for the families and all that, but we tried not to talk about it too much because we all knew the families and were friends with the families. Matlock, who owned JC's from 2005 until it was shuttered in December 2021, said he has considered Alan and his wife Kathy good friends for nearly 2 decades. The couple were members of the bar's pool league and were active in the local community, according to Matlock, who said he spent time with them not only at JC's, but outside of work as well. He insisted there was never any indication that Alan, known to his friends as Rick, would later be implicated in the dual killings that shocked the small Midwestern town. I just couldn't believe it when they said they arrested him, said Matlock. I said, well, that can't be the Rick we know, and then we come to find out it was. There wouldn't have been any inkling that anyone that knew him would expect him to do something like that. He just didn't seem like that kind of person. But you never know. In a dark twist, Alan posed for a photograph one evening in JC's near a police sketch meant to be a rendering of his own face, hanging on the wall behind him. In retrospect, Matlock doesn't think the depiction was accurate at all. We were all sitting at the table there. We were having a pool night and just having fun. We were snapping pictures and everything, Matlock recalled. Every business in town had those sketches up. It just happened to be he was sitting there at the time, but to me, that did not resemble Rick. My other patrons around town would come in for breakfast or lunch. Everyone would say, Christ, that doesn't look like anybody, or it could be anybody. Libby and Abby disappeared the day before Valentine's Day 2017. The two had gone out for a walk and never returned, prompting a massive search that night. The girls' bodies were found the next day near a creek. Libby's grandmother, Becky Patty, told the Daily Beast last December that the family's lives have been on hold for 5 years. In 2019, Indiana State Police Superintendent Doug Carter said police believe the suspect was from Delphi, currently or has previously lived there, visits Delphi on a regular basis, or works here. Investigators discovered a brief video on Libby's cell phone, which was taken the day she and Abby vanished. The grainy footage appeared to show a man walking on a narrow bridge near where the girls had been last seen. In audio released by the police, the suspect can be heard saying, "Down the hill." To me, even the voice, I didn't think that resembled Rick's voice, said Matlock. Everybody listened to all this because everybody was interested. But Alan continued hiding in plain sight, even going out of his way to appear empathetic with one of his alleged victims' families. Becky Patty and Libby's grandfather, Mike, told reporters on Monday that Alan didn't charge them to print funeral photos of the two girls when they bought them into CVS for processing. I mean, is that because they were good friends or acquaintances, or was it simply because any decent person in the community wouldn't be charging parents of murdered children for anything, really? In an email, a CVS spokesperson told the Daily Beast, as members of the Carroll County community, we remain devastated by these murders and our hearts go out to the German and Williams families. We are shocked and saddened to learn that one of our store employees was arrested as a suspect in these crimes. We stand ready to cooperate with the police investigation in any way we can. As the investigation wore on, Matlock and his staff would bring food to a nearby police station where detectives were working late to solve the murders. He and all of the JC's regulars were keenly aware of developments in the case as they happened, since everyone in Delphi was waiting for answers. Alan was a quiet guy and was always so friendly, Matlock said. He said Alan's wife was so sweet and works for a veterinarian. Kathy Allen was unable to be reached for comment on Monday. There have been numerous persons of interest probed by cops over the years, including a 27-year-old Peru, Indiana resident named Keegan Anthony Klein. Klein, who is waiting trial on a slew of charges, including child solicitation, child exploitation, possession of child pornography, identity fraud, and obstruction of justice, allegedly confessed to having communicated with underage girls on social media, reportedly receiving more than 100 explicit photos and videos from them. Police searched Klein's home 11 days after Libby and Abby went missing. However, he has not thus far been linked directly to their murders. At a press conference earlier Monday, Doug Carter called Alan's arrest a major step in leading to a conclusion. of this long-term and complex investigation, but declined to provide further details about the evidence that finally led to Allen's arrest. A probable cause affidavit in the case is sealed until further notice. I'm totally in shock that it's Rick, Matlock said. There's gotta be something there or else they wouldn't have arrested him. Until I hear exactly what they have, I'm just gonna roll with it. Allen's trial date has been set for March 20th, 2023. The investigation, according to Carter, continues. Wow. So that's weird. So Matlock is claiming that they all not only knew the families, but were friends with the families. Now, it doesn't say how close friends. Maybe he meant more than acquaintances, but still, they specifically knew the guy, which is interesting. So, some court records that have been dug up here for Cody Patty. So, allegedly, there's property records being posted here. Everyone can feel free to verify for themselves. The Allen home, supposedly from 2006 to the present, that's when they bought and owned the home. Now, one house over, so neighbor doesn't necessarily mean next door neighbor. Neighbor could be 1 or 2 or 3 houses over. Apparently, two houses over, not their immediate neighbor, but 2 houses over is where Cody Patty lived from February to September 2008. Unless these property records have been doctored or are erroneous. There's also footage here, people posting footage of Cody Patty laughing at the press conference. Now, again, we don't know the context of anything they're talking about, if they're just generally happy that there's an arrest. I mean, some people think it's strange. Also, the Patties, supposedly, people are digging up photos. The Patties are supposedly really good friends with at least Richard Allen's wife. If not Richard Allen himself. Were they really next door neighbors? So Cody Patty is, of course, Mike Patty's son, which would make him Libby's uncle. I mean, some people he's Libby's uncle by adoption, so he's not a blood relative of Libby. Obviously, a lot of rumors flying around regarding Cody Patty. I mean, this neighbor issue, I mean, that's kind of weird. They would have only been neighbors for around 2 years, but, I mean, it's a curiosity. There's also a number of contradictions regarding where Cody was at the time of the search. Here's a post on the Libby and Abby subreddit. Kelsey stated numerous times that Cody was nowhere near Delphi on the 13th. However, on the HLN special at 13 minutes and 30 seconds, she stated, quote, "Then me and Cody crossed the bridge and were looking in the woods and we couldn't find them anywhere," end quote. Few responses here. Kelsey has contradicted herself so many times. I don't know if I'm supposed to find her suspicious or just insane. I've read 2 different accounts even where she dropped the girls off at her own words. Here's what we do know about Kelsey. She had a sleepover with the girls the night before. She was the one that the girls were asking to take them to the bridge. She was the one who said no on the previous days and then said yes that day. She was the last known person to see the girls alive. She personally walked across the bridge the first day with Cody and called out for the girls. She went home to collect all of the electronic devices to give to the police. She was the person who answered yes from up on the bridge when Libby's shoe was found by a searcher under the bridge. She was there when the girls were found. She has taken it upon herself to be the very outspoken spokesperson for the girls and the families, self-proclaimed America's big sister. She gives out so much false information. I'm curious why she has been allowed to be the spokesperson. How do the families feel about her being so public? How do investigators feel? Do they ever want her to stop, or do they want her to keep talking? Another poster said that supposedly Mike Patty stated he returned home to retrieve all the electronics for law enforcement. Huh. That's weird. So she apparently did a debunking video where she changed her story to say that Cody Patty was nowhere near Delphi on the 13th. Huh. Becky Patty supposedly, this is user Equiday2, posted this. Bizarre. Becky Patty says Cody pulled up to her house just as she was going to go to the trails. And in fact, he got into the car and went with her. Tara had already gone in her own car, is how I understand it. Huh. Don't be a hater, be a creator posted this. I wonder what Cody Patty's name was before the Pattys adopted him. Seems like at 13 they would keep his name, but not sure. Huh. Another curiosity is February 17th is the day that he's supposedly getting out of prison for a DUI arrest. But apparently gotten out early. Now, is that another coincidence that this guy is just supposed to be released on this day? I mean, how many coincidences can there be? Because, again, individually, it might not be that bad. There's 365 days in a year, 1 365th, okay. But when you stack all of them, I mean, you're stacking repeated coincidences on top of each other. And just because they are related, that doesn't mean he's guilty of anything. I'm just saying coincidence means that they're not related to anything. Not a coincidence means there's a relation. It doesn't mean anybody's guilty of any crime. They could still be the good guys or just not related. But there could be a reason why regarding the dates being linked. And another interesting statement, of course, from Doug Carter, just at this recent Halloween press conference at a church, no one has been cleared? Or did he mean the family has been cleared, but why did he could have just said, other than the family, nobody's been cleared. But he didn't say that. He specifically said no one has been cleared. And apparently the records still state that he was released or set to be released on the 17th, and there's no records of him being released earlier. Another post here is that he's Becky Patty's biological nephew that was adopted. Okay. Huh. Would that make Cody biologically a second cousin to Kelsey and Libby? And people, of course, have long been discussing some weird online posts that are definitely very strange. Okay, so the last post I'm going to go over here, back to the beginning on the Libby and Abby subreddit, posted by ZGirl2019. I think that the fact that law enforcement has failed to clear the families of the girls speaks volumes. All they have said is that most have been cleared. And yet, Doug Carter recently said nobody's cleared, which is weird. The despicable post by Cody Patty the morning of the day the girls were killed went viral after someone posted his denial about possibly impregnating a 14-year-old girl. I saw a post where the girls had a plan to meet Cody and his friend that day, but Cody canceled because of work. Becky, Patty, and Kelsey both said at different times that Cody had been away on a weekend trip with his friend to line dancing clubs in another state, and he was returning home when Becky was in her car in the driveway on her way to look for the girls. He was not coming from work. He lived in the Patty residence, so his DNA could be on the jacket Kelsey gave the girls before dropping them off. Becky Patty cried when she saw the second sketch. I think this has probably been investigated to the hilt, but someone is protecting him. Superintendent Carter visited Kelsey a few times at her college, but obviously nothing came of this attempt to get her to incriminate someone close to her. Why can't law enforcement at least say that all family members of both girls have been cleared? No one can deny that Cody's own words are damaging. He was not at any of the press conferences, has a criminal history, already has one child, never speaks out about what happened to a little girl who said he was her man crush on a picture of her and him on the internet. He did participate in the search the first day with Kelsey, but his alibi prior to returning home and going with Becky has holes, in my opinion. He had a suspended driver's license at the time, so he should not have even been driving that day. Further, the Patty family went on a cruise a few months after the murders, and a local said that undercover law enforcement also went. Why would that be unless they had suspicions about the family members? Can we discuss this and any other suspicions people might have from the beginning of the case? I wonder where they got that piece of information. A local supposedly said that undercover law enforcement went on a family cruise with them a few months after the murders. That's kind of weird. A post by Heightster. I think it all boils down to them asking for one tip. They do not have a lot of evidence, I surmise, and so they need someone to tip in a crucial piece of information. The fact that only most of the family has been cleared is the reason I think they have little to no DNA. If they had DNA, then someone in the family refused to test their DNA against it to be cleared. That would be a major red flag. I also think that Becky crying at the second image was more of a disappointment that they had been going in the wrong direction the entire first 2 years, more so than the fact that it looks like Cody. I also think that was an emotional time. Seeing the sketch of someone law enforcement believes to have killed your granddaughter and her friend is enough to make anyone cry. This is not something that made me think Cody was guilty. Simply a loving grandmother facing difficult emotions, as I am sure any of us who have lost or would ever lose a family member in such a horrific way would feel. Cody may also be someone who runs in his own circle. At 30, that is old enough he may have never really been home. Libby would have been years younger than him and may have annoyed him. The family was divided and not a traditional family unit, so it may have been normal for Cody to not be involved. I say all this to play devil's advocate. I agree it is odd that law enforcement has not cleared the entire family, and I think it's important to note great discussion. I mean, regarding the DNA, though, if it's DNA from somebody in the home of Libby, would that really be incriminating? I mean, that's tough, because if there is DNA from someone in the home, would that DNA plausibly be there regarding clothes or whatnot? Now, I mean, let's go over this theory. Again, this is MINDSHOCK. I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue. For those that either believe Cody was involved or someone not Cody but maybe looks like Cody or just a younger accomplice, is it curious that Richard Allen and Cody Patty may have been neighbors at some point? Now, if the two of them are involved, does that solve all the puzzle pieces and they also are friends with Klein, possibly? Or involved in some kind of criminal circle with the Kleins? Does that explain it all? Because if Libby and Abby did not know Bridge Guy, but possibly knew the younger guy, how would that involve their movement or corralling to possibly a second location? Again, the body's obviously not picked up on a thermal imaging drone. So it is quite unknown. A lot of people hallucinate. They know for sure what went on with the bodies, exactly when they were placed where, but obviously that information might be known to law enforcement, but it is not known to anybody discussing it who doesn't know that information. So some posts here regarding whether Cody Patty was at work or not. Law enforcement has not cleared him. Original poster says he was not at work. I mean, you would think that law enforcement would have followed up on this and verified something one way or another. I mean, it's... So MB, the individual that Cody Patty was talking to on Facebook, this MB character... So basically the cover story is that it was some kind of insane clown posse song, and he was just quoting lyrics from a song, but nobody's been able to find that. So here's another post from Z-Girl. MB admitted in a post that he didn't know what Cody was talking about as far as their conversation being song lyrics. He basically said Cody was lying. Also, when Mike Patty was asked about it, he said that he chastised Cody about talking like that and especially putting it in writing for everyone to see. I don't know if Cody and MB are still friends, but after the murders, Cody moved out of the Patty home into a house owned by the Pattys, and MB was his roommate. MB and Cody stopped posting after all the attention on them, but I bet they still monitor the Delphi-related groups. Interesting. Now, if one were to say, regardless of the murders, Cody was planning to move out anyway, and he just happened to move out, or did he move out because of the murders? I mean, there's a lot of unknown variables there as well. A poster here, Let's Get Down to It, posted this. When Kelsey was, keep in mind, this is all from 2 years ago. When Kelsey was on her podcast and said that Cody had been on vacation, he texted her right then and there and said he had been at work. So according to him, he was at work. Interesting. And then driving around with suspended license if his license was in fact suspended. So a lot doesn't really make sense in this case. Is the neighbor situation or the Patties knowing the Allens, what does all of that mean if it's true? And what is the connection to the Kleins, if any? That is, as always, for the MindShock listeners to discuss and determine for themselves. This is MindShock, where I don't claim anything is true or untrue. I'm just going over information presented and various theories involving one of the most tragic crimes in modern history that many people want to see solved. Many people want to see closure and justice happen. Is that really what's going on here if Richard Allen is not the sole perpetrator? And why are there all of these weird connections, anomalies, and coincidences? Make of that what you will. Hope everybody found another edition of MindShock True Crime interesting and informative. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Support the channel that way. Get access to exclusive streams and chats. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. And make sure you subscribe to the channel as well. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
You are listening to MindShock True Crime. This is the Delphi Case Series, episode 47, Sealed. We will be examining the latest court developments in the charging of Richard Allen, and why all of these affidavits and documents are still sealed, what they could possibly contain, the bail situation, and mind-shocking revelations from the mouth of so-called official court officials that Richard Allen may not have acted alone. Now, of course, the coincidence theorists, the Dunning-Kruger crowd getting triggered at any notion of this kind of speculation, it's weird because these goofs were so sure that Richard Allen was not only bridge guy but acted alone, and they made sure everybody knew how sure they were. They were hallucinating to know this information for sure somehow. And these authority-worshipping cultist goofs chastised anyone who dared you employ any modicum of critical thinking in entertaining any possibility that Richard Allen might not be the only criminal out there in relation to what happened to Libby and Abby. Of course, here on MindShock, this is a logical podcast with logic and reason at the forefront. I do not claim anything is true or untrue. We do not hallucinate to know things that are not known. I mean, these kinds of basics of logic, one would think the average adult would understand them. Clearly not. Just visit any comment section on social media. But anyway, in typical MindShock fashion, we will be examining the latest revelations. These revelations do not come as a surprise to many who think that there might have been some kind of ring involved, possibly connecting Keegan Kline and possibly Tony Kline as well to Richard Allen. And Cody, the coincidences surrounding Cody Petty, we went over in the previous episode as well. Is it all mere coincidence? Again, I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue. The motto of the podcast here is, the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. As always, if you find the podcast interesting and informative, want to help keep up awareness in unsolved cases, cold cases, wrongful convictions, and more, and just keeping up awareness in many, many cases that, of course, justice and closure is deserved, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case, topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, requests. You can also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. Alright, so a very interesting post here by reporter Russ McQuaid on his Twitter. One of the main reasons the prosecutor wants to keep the probable case or cause affidavit under seal is because he believes other people are involved in the death of Libby German and Abby Williams. Big new element. I mean, not new for anybody who's been following the case, but potentially. Obviously, many people surmised that there were potentially a circle of individuals involved. A minimum of 2, but possibly 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, who knows how many scumbags there are. Some posters here on MindShock, actually on the YouTube, I think they stated somewhere 40 plus registered sex offenders were living in the immediate area of the bridge. 40 plus. And they speculate, or some people do, that it's theoretically possible that Libby and Abby did interact with more than one scumbag, and the two scumbags might not have had anything to do with each other. And one of these scumbags, either alone or not, ended up killing them. But the other scumbag, which they may or may not have been interacting with on social media and may or may not have been meeting under the guise of some kind of catfish, some are actually speculating that Libby and Abby themselves were playing a dangerous game in trying to lure predators and possibly also inform police of their desire to do so. That long-standing rumor that Libby was scheduled to go to the police station and make some kind of statement regarding something, nobody knows what, even within the rumor, there's not much to that rumor. So they are making the case that Libby was ready to film and have this guy on Snapchat or in the cloud or whatever because they suspected, or Libby and Abby suspected that one of these criminals was catfishing them, so they were ready to record him and report him. And they obviously didn't understand the level of danger that could be involved with something like that. I mean, perhaps they thought it was someone else closer to their age that was also involved in illegal activity, so it just didn't occur to them that it might get violent or excessive. I mean, I don't know. Again, these are all just rumors. This is all just speculation. But if there are 40 plus registered sex offenders, I mean, just the amount of sheer scumbags in that area, I mean, that's kind of alarming. Some people say that's in every area, but it's not really. I mean, you could look up on the sex offender registry. Again, just because they're not registered doesn't mean, I mean, there's a lot of problems with the registry as well. There are actually convicted individuals who are not registered, even though they have been convicted of certain crimes. But it's a big mess, and theoretically, it is possible that they might have interacted with more than one scumbag that was not related to their murder. It is theoretically possible. So, we have definitive information here stating that the prosecutor believes other people are involved. So, the wording here is weird. In some accounts, because only the people in the courtroom know exactly what was going on there, but some accounts they're saying may be involved. Here it's stating he believes other people are involved in the death of Libby and Abby. Are. Not maybe, but actually are. Now, that doesn't mean they are. That means he believes they are. So, I mean, yeah, it's really, really tough. On the Libby and Abby subreddit, there are, of course, a lot of astute posters there. A lot of Dunning-Kruger groups, but a lot of astute posters as well, and discussing various aspects of this supposedly new element, but we, of course, have been talking about it since day one. Since day one. On MindShock, anyway. Barber is on HLN right now talking about what happened inside the courtroom this morning if anybody wants to tune in. Richard Allen made eye contact with several members of the victims' families, made eye contact for several seconds, scanned the rows the family members were sitting. He took in the environment and scanned the room a lot, rather than keeping his head down. He didn't say a single word during today's proceedings, this being November 22nd, 2002. Defense attorneys say that they and Richard Allen want these documents public. Prosecutors provided the judge with a redacted version to consider releasing. So the judge hasn't even seen the unredacted version. The hearing scheduled for January 2023 will be blended with the new hearing scheduled for February 2023, so no hearing in January any longer from what I understood. Okay. So let's examine these two elements because they are, I mean, this is crazy stuff. I mean, this is quite an unusual case, regardless of what you think happened. I mean, the case, it's the crime itself, the aftermath, and the court proceedings here. I mean, this is just bizarre. So, of course, there are different types of criminals. Now, it's tough to make a determination here because, yes, certain criminals, especially if they feel shame, they will not look family members in the eye. They'll just sit there with their heads down. Anybody that's followed true crime or watched a lot of court cases, they will see this. And then you have psychopaths and sociopaths who enjoy inflicting pain on others. They'll actually smile, flick their tongue, make statements to the family or to anyone. They'll revel in the public and the aftermath of the crime. And others still are just stone cold, which is what appeared. I mean, they didn't specifically describe Alan as that, but he didn't say anything. But he looked in the eyes of several of the family members, made eye contact. What does that mean? I mean, there's not enough there. You know, we don't know his expression or anything, but it is interesting to note that he at least wasn't the type of person to be deeply ashamed. Now, someone made a post on the previous podcast that Richard Allen has totally mentally ill. And he somehow blacked out the memories, if he's responsible, either alone or not. He blacked out those memories So that way he was able to go work at CVS. Not just him, but I mean, it is interesting. I mean, perhaps I'll do a psychological podcast on that regarding certain serial killers who they actually memory hole their own crimes. And then they're able to function in society at their job. They're able to interact perfectly normally with all these people because in their own mind, it's almost like they convinced themselves they didn't do it. And mental illnesses mental illness is just a vast spectrum of possibilities. The mind is very complex. So is that what happened here? Again, I'm not alleging it is, but one of the posters on the previous MindShock podcast did make that comment. I thought it was quite interesting because on MindShock, we go down every rabbit hole. We explore every single theory. And that is one I actually hadn't considered before in this case. So good on that poster for bringing that up. Because some people do find it strange that he just went on living his life completely as normal. Now, certain serial killers do that, but they also continue killing on the side. So it's tough. Yeah, it's tough. Now, the second aspect of that, the defense attorneys say that they and Richard Allen himself want these documents public. Now, one has to speculate. Why would Richard Allen want everybody to know what's in those documents? Now, if he's either innocent or he was somehow coerced, I mean, if there's some angle here that we're not seeing at the moment, which is very possible, obviously we do not know what law enforcement knows. A lot of these documents are, of course, sealed, so we do not know a lot of information. I mean, it's possible even that different law enforcement groups, perhaps the FBI knows things that Delphi doesn't know. Or Indiana State Police. I mean, again, we don't know the dynamics and the play between these agencies. In other cases, like, a case that comes to mind that I cover on MindShock, of course, the Amy Mihalovic case. I mean, there are some serious issues between the FBI and local law enforcement where each party might have had information the other party did not. And obviously, they weren't cooperating. The case is as of yet unsolved in the Amy Mihalovic case. You could check that out on MindShock as well, ongoing series there. So we don't know any of this information here. So is Richard Allen guilty, but somehow he knows that the law was not followed, and that as a result he'll go free because of that? Even if he's guilty, or if he's innocent, or his guilt is so minor. Like, let's say, again, just thinking out loud here, this is MindShock. I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue. If he was perhaps involved in some kind of lower level crimes or some kind of online ring with Keegan Kline and possibly others, and he had no intention or knowledge that there would be any kind of murder, therefore, obviously, his charges would be less if he's not involved in any murder, but if he is involved with the murderers, there's a connection there. That's a lesser crime, and he would want everybody to know that because right now everybody thinks that he's the killer, possibly the lone killer. So that could be a reason why he wants all the documents public. And then another possibility, again, however remote, is that he's completely innocent of everything. And he's a completely set up patsy. Now, a lot of times patsies are not chosen because they're squeaky clean. They're chosen because they have other criminal records or tendencies or they're guilty of other things, so it's a better fit. So I don't know how many people out there believe that Richard Allen is completely squeaky clean, 100% innocent of all crimes, major or minor, in relation to this case and any other case. I don't know. Maybe there are people like that out there. Again, I actually, don't have a position. I don't know any of these people. I don't know any of this information. I do not claim anything is untrue. Some follow-up posts here. It's quite interesting how Richard Allen is happy with it being public. Don't think he would be wanting this if there was something clearly incriminating in there. Yes, this certainly made me raise my eyebrows a bit. Anxious Whale posted this. I don't think it's anything to gather reasonable inferences from. It's a good defense strategy for multiple reasons. For one, they know they're saying that won't cause it to get unsealed for a while. Maybe even 2+ months at the next date. Either way, so it risks no skin and plants a seed for the narrative that he's being railroaded. Secondly, the possibility of others involved is going to be relevant to their trial strategy. If there's others, it gives wiggle room for who actually took their lives. The longer that's in the public domain with people heavily obsessed over this case, the more time there is for other theories of the crime to grow, and their voir dire juror process aside, it allows the defense to get free real-time data as to what angle for his potential innocence seems to work with the public. Imagine how useful these subreddits would be. Third, depending on what method or reasoning law enforcement has to believe that there may be others involved, those potential others knowing how or why they're suspected could help this attorney's client, Richard Allen, out by allowing these potential others to obfuscate, muddy the waters, trip up, and implicate themselves, at which point they'd lay into them like a pit bull. Quit using whatever avenue or method law enforcement is using to look into these possibilities, some of which could be ongoing and also implicate Richard Allen. Possibilities are innumerable. One hypothetical. If they've got something through the dark web, a wiretap, or communications from one end only, via some encrypted app, revealing these things in the PC allows for a switch of use from that hypothetical website or channel, could increase the probability of fumbles or technicalities taking place that would make the evidence that also loops in Richard Allen somehow inadmissible, or could allow for deletion or ridding of evidence that may be out there. Regardless, it's a smart PR move from the defense attorney because now it's planted that seed of doubt, whether it's a bluff or not. It can't be called for up to a few months while it grows. They know people are going to froth in the info vacuum and go crazy with theorizing. Another post here. I will say it probably means there's no huge smoking gun in the probable cause affidavit, or super prejudicial information that might be considered inadmissible at trial. If you're in this defense and that kind of information is in it, you may want to keep it sealed so that it's not public and tainting a potential jury pool early on. Since you may try to get evidence excluded before trial, it doesn't mean the case is bad or weak. Yeah, I mean, those are all interesting and very good points as well. Other posts are stating here that the wording was unclear as he was scanning the courtroom. Some people believe he was looking for his own family. But still, again, without being there, you wouldn't know that exactly or be able to... We can't really analyze the body language or anything like that. Fox News 59 also reported official. In today's hearing, the prosecutor said, there's reason to believe Allen is not the only one involved in Abby Williams and Libby German's murders. That's interesting phrasing as well. That's the phrasing from Fox 59. There's reason to believe. Not there's a possibility of, so that means there's some kind of foundation there for that. Yeah, I mean, very, very interesting. Some more posts here. I guess my immediate response to this is that prosecutor should tell it to the ISP and Doug Carter because they don't seem to have a problem with unsealing it. Or Doug Carter did say that, but did he just say that and he did not really mean that? I mean, how would we know? Obviously, we wouldn't really know that either. Yet another conflicting element that makes no sense to me. Seems like if Doug Carter believed others to be involved, he wouldn't have made the statement he did about the release of the PCA not harming the investigation or trial before the other party or parties have been arrested, unless, of course, they have already been arrested, as in Keegan Kline. Just my thoughts and opinions. Or they have other people's on watch. Some people actually speculate that they knew it was Richard Allen since day one, and that they've had Richard Allen under surveillance the entire time. Now, if that's true, and I'm not claiming it is, if that's true, perhaps they also have the same in place for all the other potential parties involved. Let's say they think there could be 5 or 10 people involved. If they're all on under surveillance 24/7, then it might not necessarily compromise the investigation. Plus, if they release that information and some of these other people want to run, they can be apprehended while on the run, which can make them look even more guilty and possibly get them to talk quicker. Who knows? Law enforcement has many such tactics as these. Another post here. Interesting that the prosecutor says because of witnesses and other people involved, but nothing states because it may jeopardize another case, as in the pedo ring. Because of witnesses and other people involved, they don't want to release it. As in not to endanger other witnesses? Is that what it's about? Because then you could just redact their name, right? I mean, why would you not release the whole thing, though? Redacted. Release something. From WSBT.com, Allen's defense attorneys said they want the public to have access to the documents, saying the probable cause does not suggest people are in harm's way, or that there are other potential perpetrators. Interesting. Now, so how would they know that if they don't have access to it? Or do they have access to it and they've seen it, it just hasn't been made public? Like, what's the story here? Why is it so hard to make any of these determinations? Everything seems very, very difficult in the Delphi area. I mean, all the way back to calling off a search for 2 missing teens. I mean, this is tough. This is tough. So only 50 people were allowed in the courtroom. This is according to WSBT.com. Allen walked in shackled with a bulletproof vest, stone-faced, as his case was discussed. Interesting. So they had him wear a bulletproof vest, so there's apparently some belief that he might get shot. And that would be crazy, too, especially if he's not guilty. Why investigators believe Richard Allen of Delphi committed the crimes still isn't known, as the documents are sealed. Carroll County Prosecutor Nicholas McClelland asked the special judge to keep it that way. Quote, "This is still a very ongoing investigation, and we want to find anyone else involved in this heinous crime and get justice for Abby and Libby," end quote. McClelland argued the sealed documents protect the witnesses mentioned in the charging information, including some juveniles. Wow. Okay. I mean, that's potentially bombshell. Okay, but why not redact all their names, though? And just release, that way the actual bulk of it and the reasons are there without the names. I mean, that's standard operating procedure. I mean, that's what they always do, especially with minors or anytime witnesses might be in danger. But they don't want to release any of it. What does that mean? To support his argument, McClelland included a letter from Libby German's grandma and a worldwide petition with more than 40,000 signatures. McClelland said it would be in the best interest of the public. Quote, "We are a society that wants to know everything right now," end quote. No, but again, just redact all the sensitivity. I mean, redacting documents has been a long time practice in many different cases. The intelligence, I mean, that's what you do. That way you can do everything properly and still protect those that need to be protected. And if there really is that sensitive information that also, in addition to names, they can redact that as well. He went on to mention that Allen's wife was forced to abandon their home and the former judge to recuse the case. However, the defense wants the documents exposed. Bradley Rozzi, one of Allen's defense attorneys, argues the secrecy of the case adds to the public interest. Quote, "The law enforcement community has reached out to the public for help, and that's okay. I don't have a problem with that approach to an investigation, but that's been ongoing for 5 years. And now to turn around and suggest that all that should be confidential, it's just kind of counterintuitive to me," end quote, said Rossi. The defense said they have no other evidence besides the court documents, and they said they're not impressed. Okay, so the defense seems confident? Can that be read into? If they're not impressed with the evidence against Allen, what does that mean? Attorney Andrew Baldwin is anxious for the public to read Allen's charging information. Quote, "Hopefully that's going to ring a bell for somebody to help us out because he is innocent. He has told us that very emotionally. He has thanked us for our help," end quote, said Andrew Baldwin, defense attorney. Okay, so if this is all true, that means that not only is he claiming it is innocent, but his defense attorneys seem to believe that? I mean, he's just definitively stating because he is innocent. The timeline for the special judge's decision isn't known. WSBT has been told she won't be deciding on this today. Allen was granted a bond hearing that's expected to be February 17th. Okay, that's all quite interesting. Quite interesting indeed. I mean, a lot of new information there. So there are juveniles that somehow were witnesses, possibly, according to this information, and that Richard Allen is claiming he's innocent emotionally, and the attorneys believe him. Now, to those that say, of course, everybody always says that they're innocent, but you look at other cases, the defense attorneys don't always mention that. Some of them are just very objective. They're doing their job. They don't mention whether they believe or don't believe the defendant or whether the defendant has even claimed they were innocent. It's just standard operating procedure. Here, they went out of their way to say that. What does that mean? Another poster here. There's just too many coincidences with the Anthony Shots profile. I really have felt like there were other people involved in some way. That's a good point. That's a good point there. I mean, just going back to the second sketch, does it or does it not look like that model? I mean, it just seems to look like so many people, just like the original sketch. It's just really weird. Here's another piece of info that I have not seen before. Wild Raisin posted this. The inmate who was friends with Keegan Kline did say that he thought a third person was with them. And he was told a story from Keegan Kline, whether true or not. So, okay, hold on a second. So in the previous episodes, we did go over that Keegan Kline did say, or someone claimed he said, that he was waiting in the car or whatever, or some kind of lookout. Now the inmate is stating that a third person was with them. I mean, this is actually the first I've heard of this as a direct statement. I don't know where Wild Raisin got this information, but apparently the inmate is, or supposedly, stating that there was a third person. So this is all, of course, second, third-hand stories. I'm not claiming any of this is true or untrue, but previously it was claimed that Keegan Kline was there possibly with somebody else. Now, there's another story that specifically a third person was with them. So the tally is up to 3 in these alleged statements. Alleged. It is kind of weird how all of these people are just definitively claiming that Richard Allen is bridge guy and acted alone. Like, how would they know? It's just so weird. It's so weird. I mean, logic and reason really are going extinct. So here's a very succinct theory by Bryagar. Richard Allen is the only one who actually committed the murders. Keegan Kline, under Anthony Shots, made plans to meet them there that day, then alerted Richard Allen to the time and place, ? And why was Kline searching for the Marathon gas station, and the FBI really did botch the collection of the security footage from that gas station? All, of course, a stone's throw between Richard Allen's house and the CVS where Allen worked at, and the actual bridge and the gas station. So these are all in very close proximity to each other. Then we have the coincidences that Allen supposedly also lived in Peru with Kline, or not with Kline, near Kline, possibly some kind of a neighbor, a few houses over, whatever it would be, and then also possibly with Cody Patty in Delphi. I mean, what is going on here? Like, how many levels of coincidence are there? Bellarina posted this. There have to be bigger fish. Keegan Kline is the bottom of the barrel. Richard Allen is the middle guy. My bet is there's someone else. Is this Tony Kline, or is this someone completely off the radar that nobody knows about? Lolly Dolly posted this. You'd think if Keegan Kline cast a wide enough net to include Richard Allen, it would also involve Tony Kline as well. Maybe just me being my cynical self, but children learn what they're taught. Edited to add that apples don't fall far from trees is my point. And also, like, all along, the people, the authority-worshipping cultists, the Dunning-Kruger crowd, they maintained that since Keegan wasn't charged with their murders, and it just kept being put out there that he's not charged with anything in relation to the murders, that somehow he wasn't involved. But was that the ploy all along? Did they want whoever's involved in this circle, if there's a circle involved, to think that Keegan was only being looked at for other things, and that there was no danger to Keegan giving them up because he's not charged in anything relating to Delphi? Jack the Shark posted this. Yeah, that's my thought too. Someone like Keegan Kline is involved on the very edge of the case. In this scenario, he or someone like him may not even have known about the murders until they were reported in the media. And yes, and possibly the reason for his Googling DNA and the red Jeep rumor, marathon search, etc., etc. I mean, yeah, you would think if someone like Klein, if he facilitated the information and gave it up, and then people end up dead and that was never part of any kind of plan, he would be curious about that. He would be searching that, wouldn't he? Even if he was not responsible for the murder and never even knew a murder was going to take place in the first place. It's some kind of crime gone wrong situation where he thought he was just I mean, it's really tough because what do you think could happen when you're actually arranging a meet? Because if they're involved in some kind of illegal media circulation online, that's a little different than actually meeting people in person. But yeah, it's all really weird. Stray Girl posted, there is no way that Keegan Klein or whoever was using the Anthony Shots account communicating with them the night before is a coincidence. A response here, the day of, by the sounds of it. Klein transcript states that Klein was the last person to talk to Libby via her phone, Snapchat or some other app or media, via the Anthony Shots profile. She was also posting pictures of Abby on the bridge that day, which makes me pretty sure she was also chatting with people too. But I completely agree with you, there's no way this is a huge coincidence. So he might have been in communication with them mere hours or minutes before whatever happened. Mark Smith posted this, or actually Zoodle Nose posted this. Mark Smith responded, I've read Klein's 196-page interview transcript. He is protecting someone, and the police have an extremely strong feeling Anthony Shots was accessed at the same time on more than one device by more than one person based on metadata and the language differences from chat to chat. I have felt from the beginning that there are too many coincidences here with the proximity of the Keegan Klein initiated searches and the Richard Allen arrest. They have stumbled upon a massive pedophilia ring. Richard Allen brought the girls to someone else in the woods that day. There were souvenirs taken. I speculate, given the depravity of this ring, that there were pictures taken and shared post-mortem. Mark Smith responded, yes, I agree, and I've been saying this since the day of the first arrest press conference, but there's no way they would have made that big of a show of thanking the U.S. Marshal who interrogated Klein if it didn't mean anything. Nobody has a conceivable answer about that which doesn't involve Klein. Tony might be the answer. Zoodle Nose responded, I believe very little of what Keegan Klein had to say in that transcript, but what I did believe was that Tony is computer illiterate. Keegan does almost all of Tony's work-related tasks for his job at Chrysler because he barely knows how to use a computer. Yes, I do believe Tony has involvement, but I would not be shocked to learn that the other Anthony Shots user was actually Richard Allen. Allen's age lines up better with the age of the dad referred to in some of the predatory conversations. Richard Allen would have been 43 in 2016 when many of these conversations took place. 43 and 44 is the same age as the dad seeking pictures or Skype chats with the minors being catfished. Interesting. Norwegian Muse responded, I noticed that too. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me to find out that all three of them used the account. Alright, let's move on to another piece of mind-shocking information. Jordan Sofur, Wabash, Indiana, went missing in May 2006, was found months later murdered in the woods. Richard Allen moved from Wabash County to Delphi December 2006. So this possible connection, not with Allen, but with the Delphi case in general, was brought up years ago. 4 years ago, there was a post by I Love Tacos on the Delphi murder subreddit, thoughts on the connection, the Jordan Sofur homicide. Would be interested to hear everybody's opinion on a possible connection between the Delphi murders and the Jordan Sofur homicide. From my research, similarities are girls found near creek bank in a wooded area. Girls have similar facial features. Wabash/Peru, only an hour away from Delphi, possible drug-related influence. Her resemblance to Libby actually is a bit uncanny. TrueCaseFiles.com has a write-up on this disappearance and death of Jordan Sofur. Jordan Sofur had just recently turned 18 when she vanished May 23, 2006. The teen girl lived in Wabash, Indiana at the time of her disappearance. Jordan had spent most of her childhood in the foster system before she was adopted at the age of 16 by Robert and Linda Sofur. That same year, she dropped out of high school and later began working at a local Hardee's restaurant. However, during the spring of 2006, Jordan told her family members that she planned to re-enroll in high school so she could get a diploma. Before she had that opportunity, Jordan seemingly vanished without a trace. Months before her disappearance, Jordan moved out of her adoptive parents' home and had been staying with various relatives and friends in the Wabash area. She was staying with her friend and coworker, Erin Harlan, the weekend before her disappearance. The two reportedly last saw each other around 5:15 a.m., May 23, 2006, when Erin woke up to go to her morning shift at Hardee's. Jordan told Erin she was not working until later that day, so she stayed behind as Erin left for work. At a later point that morning, Jordan was dropped off at her adoptive parents' house in a truck driven by Corey Bridenthal. According to Jordan's father, Robert Sofur, she spoke briefly to him in the garage before leaving the house on foot. After walking away from the house, Jordan was never seen or heard from again. Later that evening, employees at Hardee's called the Sofurs to inquire about Jordan's whereabouts as she had not shown up to her scheduled shift. This was very out of character for Jordan, so her parents immediately began to worry. They reported her missing the following day. Once police began to investigate, they questioned both Erin and Corey. Erin told police that Jordan was not at her house when she returned from her shift at Hardee's at 10:15 that morning. However, all of Jordan's belongings, including her purse, were left behind. Wait a second, so she left behind her purse and got dropped off at her adoptive parents' house? I mean, how many... Does she normally leave her purse? That's an interesting detail. Corey told police that Jordan had accidentally left her cell phone in his car when he dropped her off at her parents' house that morning. He later reportedly gave the cell phone to Erin so she could return it to Jordan. Okay, so this is a little strange. She left her purse and lost her cell phone? Or forgot her cell phone in this guy's truck? Again, how often does that happen? If that happened often, then okay, that's not that strange. If that had never happened before, okay, weird. The cell phone was later turned over to investigators, but unfortunately, it did not yield any clues. Police also questioned both Linda and Robert Sofur. Linda agreed to take a polygraph exam, which she passed, but Robert refused to take one. Many found this suspicious, but both Linda and Robert maintained that Robert took one of their foster children to the doctor shortly after Jordan left their house that morning. This is actually a little bit strange. Can anyone recall another case like this, a missing teen, where one parent, like out of a couple, one parent decided to take the poly, the other refused? Huh. I would think the majority of cases would involve both taking or both refusing, but... some people just don't believe in the polygraphs, and if they believe that the law enforcement are trying to stitch them up or something, or they're just completely incompetent, then they would refuse to take one. That's not necessarily suspicious, but, Jordan's case quickly grew cold. Years passed without any clues or trace of her whereabouts. Then, in May 2009, nearly 3 years after Jordan's disappearance, the case had a break. A mushroom hunter at a creek in Peru, Indiana, had spotted human remains amongst a thick canopy of raspberry bushes and honeysuckle. Dental records later confirmed that those remains belonged to Jordan Sofur. Due to the deterioration of the remains, an autopsy was unable to determine a cause of death, but police still began to investigate Jordan's death as homicide. It is believed that Jordan's body was in the spot where it was found ever since her disappearance. The clothes she was wearing that day were found amongst the remains. Years have passed since the discovery of Jordan's body, yet her murder remains unsolved. There has been very little information about the investigation, especially in more recent years. Still, anyone with info that could lead to Jordan's case being solved is encouraged to call 1-877-226-1026 to submit an anonymous tip. That is actually really bizarre. There really is not a lot of information here. So at this time, Richard Allen was living in Mexico, Indiana. Allegedly. This is weird. Anonymous posted this November 4th, 2022. I read in an online group that this case was solved. The murderer was her roommate's boyfriend who later committed suicide. I don't know if this is true, but that is what was stated. Okay, so is that just a rumor? Huh. Other posters discussing the similarity, because it's almost like she's got the hair of Libby and the face of Abby. And even though she was 18, she was 5'1" and looked a lot younger than 18. A post by Agent 847 on the Libby and Abby subreddit in regard to this case with some more details here. If these are accurate, this raises even more questions here. The reporting on this isn't solid. She lived in Peru and worked at Hardee's, which is about 7 blocks from the current Canal Street residence of the Kleins. It is unknown if they were living there back in 2006. But she was last seen by her adoptive father, Robert Sofur, at his home in Wabash. Her boyfriend dropped her off. She told Robert goodbye, and that's it. But it doesn't say how she left or with whom. She obviously didn't have a car, and she had to be at work that afternoon in Peru, which is 13-ish miles away from Wabash. One article mentions police having a POI, but no details. Her body was found near the banks of a river. Okay, this is such a problematic case. I mean, even if it has nothing to do with Delphi, I mean, it's so problematic because she leaves her purse with her roommate. Her boyfriend gives her a ride to her adoptive parents' home. She allegedly, according to the boyfriend, leaves her cell phone in the truck with the boyfriend, so she has no way of calling anybody. She talks to the dad in the garage and then just walks off. So she had to be at work 13 miles away, so presumably she's not going to walk 13 miles. So, well, what did the parents have to say about that, the adoptive parents? Okay, so Full Awareness posted this. The person she left with left a confession note before he killed himself. That was the only way they solved this. So another poster is claiming it was already solved. And that it wasn't the roommate's boyfriend, it was her, or the person she left with left her roommate, or left the adoptive parents' home with someone else who wasn't her boyfriend. That's not clear there. Another detail here from an early article, September 22nd. This was posted on a forum, September 22nd, 2006. The article's not dated here. The Wabash Police Department is investigating the disappearance of Wabash resident Jordan A. Sofur, 18, who is believed to have friends in the Marion area. She was last seen the morning of May 23rd at 10:15 a.m. when she was dropped off at her adoptive parents' home by a friend. Sofur spoke briefly to her adopted father, Robert Sofur, gave him a hug, told him she loved him, and then left on foot. Jordan Sofur was previously from Peru and was known by the name of Arian Willis. She was adopted by Robert Sofur and his wife in Wabash about 4 years ago. Jordan Sofur is not wanted for any crime, and being 18 years old is not considered a runaway. Family, friends, and officers working on the case just want to hear from her and make sure she's alive and well. So this is kind of strange. So she no longer lives with her adoptive parents, so she just randomly got dropped off there and had a brief conversation with Robert Sofur, gave him a hug, told him she loved him, then left on foot. Does any of this make sense? This is kind of weird. Okay, so she only moved out the previous month. So, okay. One of the most detailed articles here is from FortWayne.com. Daughter disappearance brings duel of faith and fear by Becky Manley. The Journal Gazette. The Christmas tree in the Sofur's Wabash home twinkles with white lights, and the decorations dangling from its branches include simple words such as dream, laugh, and love. But the words most often repeated on the tree branches, across the fireplace mantle, and in other spots throughout the Sofur house is believe. I guess my theme is believe this year, Linda Sofur said. For Sofur, that theme means to believe in God and to believe that her daughter, Jordan Sofur, is alive. Jordan Sofur, 18, was last seen May 23rd after a brief visit to her parents' home in downtown Wabash. When she left, she told her father, Robert Sofur, she loved him before walking down the alley behind the Sofur home. At some point after walking down the alley, Jordan Sofur disappeared, leaving behind her purse, her cell phone, and money in a savings account that has remained untouched. Wabash police have been trying to solve the mystery of what happened to Jordan Sofur since she was reported missing the day after she visited her parents' home. But the answer to that mystery remains stubbornly concealed, frustrating both police and the Sofurs. Since her daughter disappeared, dread and fear have settled into Linda Sofur's heart, feelings she combats with her strong Christian faith. But there are times when a mother's worry overshadows everything, including the holiday season. Jordan Sofur had always helped her mother decorate their home. This year, working alone, it took Linda Sofur 3 days to put up the decorations. It should have been a joyful time, but for this year, Linda Sofur, it was 3 days of inviting reminders of her missing daughter into her mind. I cried for 3 straight days, she said. Robert and Linda Sofur had been fostering children for about 2 years when the girl who would eventually become their daughter arrived on their doorstep. At that time, she bore a different name, Arian Willis. And despite the temporary signs of an unhealthy lifestyle, her features bore a striking resemblance to Linda Sofur's. A new beginning. When Arian Willis arrived on the Sofur's doorstep in October 2002, she was 14, wore ill-fitting clothes, her face covered with acne, and her shoulder-length reddish-brown hair dry. Arian was put in foster care after she was removed from an abusive home in Peru. She arrived at the Sofur home uncertain, untrusting, and fearful. Sofur recalls many nights when Arin woke up screaming from nightmares. She was just petrified. Eventually, the Sofurs gained the young girl's trust through a consistent day-to-day routine, Linda Sofur said. In May 2004, Jordan wrote a Mother's Day letter to Linda Sofur. In it, she stated she loved Robert and Linda and wanted to be a permanent part of their family. Jordan's request to be adopted by the Sofurs prompted prayer from Linda Sofur. During her prayers, Sofur said she felt peace. After all, why would God send her a child who looked just like her and who needed a family? And the two had forged a bond that could only be described as mother-daughter. The adoption was final in August 2004. To mark the new beginning, Arian Willis changed her name to Jordan Arin Sofur. Even though I didn't have Jordan as a child, it's hard to remember her not being here, Sofur said. In addition to her new name, Jordan Sofur had a new family and a new life, but she was still a teenager and prone to emotional outbursts common to children that age. Earlier this year, Linda Sofur said she confronted her daughter over a journal entry she had made about a relationship. The two argued. Jordan Sofur insisted she was 18, an adult, and couldn't be told what to do. After the confrontation, Jordan Sofur moved out. Linda Sofur said she and her husband believed their daughter would have one wild summer and then she would return to their home in August. But long before that hoped-for reunion, Jordan Sofur disappeared, leaving her parents and police at a loss to describe what happened to her. On the day Jordan Sofur disappeared, she stopped by the Sofur home planning to go on a motorcycle ride with Robert Sofur. However, her father told her he wouldn't be able to go on that ride because he had to get one of the foster children ready for a doctor's visit. Jordan Sofur understood, Linda Sofur said. As Jordan left the Sofur home that day, she told Robert she loved him and slipped out of sight, walking down the alley behind the Sofur's home. Okay, so the first thoughts regarding that here is, we only have Robert Sofur's word on that. How do we know they didn't have an argument and he just didn't want the police to know that they had an argument? And if she's expecting a somewhat, who knows how long the motorcycle ride would be, but would the motorcycle ride result in him dropping her back off at her and her roommate's place? And what are the logistics there? How is she getting back? What does Robert have to say about that? We need more information here because, it's just weird. That night, Linda Sofur received a call from Hardee's where her daughter had worked for about a year. Although Jordan Sofur was scheduled that night, she didn't report to work. On May 24th, Linda Sofur called the police telling them it wasn't like her daughter to not show up for work. The police took a report. The search for Jordan Sofur had begun. Hear, speak, see no evil. Jordan Sofur's black and gray cell phone sat on the window ledge of the Wabash Police Department, stubbornly silent for months. Then one day, months after the phone's owner had disappeared, it rang. I almost jumped out of my seat when it rang, Detective Scott Long said. Police had bought time for the prepaid phone, hoping it might someday ring and provide a clue that might help solve the mystery they had grappled with for months. The police had given much time to the mystery, losing sleep in hope of finding answers. These cases kind of consume you, Long said. The day the cell phone's stubborn silence was broken, there would still be no answer. The caller had misdialed, Long said. At this point in the investigation, police had already interviewed everybody Jordan Sofur had contact with, many more than once, Long said. They had also administered polygraph tests, which were passed. In September, 2 investigators from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children came to Wabash and reviewed the information police had gathered, Long said. The review unearthed no new details. Joanne Donnellan, spokesperson for the center, said Wabash police asked for the center's help with the case. The center posted Jordan Sofur's photo on its website. Donnellan said 1 out of 6 missing persons is found through the photo distribution network. She's been missing since May, but we really need to remind the community, especially around the holidays, that she's still missing and they have the power to try and bring her home, Donnellan said. The center continues to help Wabash and the case, Donnellan said. The entire thing that doesn't make sense is no 18-year-old girl is going to go anywhere without her purse or her cellular phone, Long said. Although Jordan Sofur seemed to want independence, she had also made plans for the future, Long said. Before she disappeared, Jordan Sofur, who had been a student at a private Christian school, had talked to a guidance counselor at Wabash High School about finishing her senior year of high school. I think that was important to her, Long said. Jordan Sofur had also made a journal entry about a possible career in the Coast Guard. The rest of Jordan Sofur's belongings remain in a laundry basket in Long's office. They include an olive green canvas purse with a rainbow striped interior. Inside the purse is Jordan Sofur's work schedule written on a scrap of paper, her learner's driving permit, and a digital camera. There's also a pink nylon wallet with 3 monkeys in familiar poses, 1 monkey with its hands over its ears, a second with its hands over its mouth, and a third with its hands over its eyes. Hear no evil, speak no evil, see no evil. Although he hopes otherwise, Long said it's hard to believe Jordan Sofur is still alive. All he wants is to provide answers for her family. Having kids of my own, I can't imagine what it would be like to not know where my kids are at, he said. Ministry for children. After her daughter disappeared, Linda Sofur said much of her time was consumed taking care of the foster children in her home. However, in those moments when she was alone, the doubt and worry and fear would creep into her mind and heart. Then in June, the foster children were removed from the Sofur's home, with officials saying they were giving the Sofurs a respite. I didn't need those kids taken out of my home, Linda Sofur said. Those kids were keeping me on track. The problem, Linda Sofur said, is that she and her husband were asked to take polygraph tests. Linda Sofur took one and passed, she said. Her husband has refused the test. Robert Sofur, who declined to be interviewed, was so affected by his daughter's disappearance that he had to go on sick leave, Linda Sofur said. On the day their daughter disappeared, her husband was busy taking care of the young foster child who had to go to the doctor, said Linda Sofur, who was at church that day. Their time was easily accounted for, making it difficult for Linda Sofur to understand why they were asked to take the tests, which are controversial and often ruled not admissible in court. We wouldn't harm a kid for nothing, she said. Linda Sofur said she was compelled to care for foster children because she believes kids are her ministry. Since she and Robert began offering foster homes, they have cared for about 20 children, taking in 5 children at a time. Dee Gibson, executive director for White's Residential and Family Services in Wabash, emphasized that the decision to remove the foster children was made with the Sofur's best interests in mind. They were removed for the benefit of the Sofurs, Gibson said. This has been a difficult time for them. Gibson said the Sofurs have not been implicated in their daughter's disappearance. Now, 5 empty stockings hang above the Sofur's fireplace. Linda Sofur said the stockings represent the 5 foster children who won't get anything for Christmas. It's been many, many years since we haven't had any kids in our home, she said. I feel useless. I just pray. Since Jordan Sofur disappeared, Linda Sofur has found sometimes more difficult than others. There was the day last spring when Jordan's biological sister graduated from high school, a ceremony Linda Sofur knew her daughter wouldn't miss. Linda Sofur kept her eyes on the doors, waiting for her daughter to arrive, but Jordan Sofur never walked through those doors. With fall came hunting season, another difficult time for Linda Sofur. I dreaded to see fall come because I'm afraid someone's going to go hunting and find her. Then came the holidays. I just wish Christmas would go away, said Linda Sofur, who doesn't want to believe anything bad has happened to her daughter. I need peace, Linda Sofur said. I just pray that she walks in the door someday. So it's interesting. Robert Sofur declined the polygraph and also declined interviews, while his wife did not. On Miami County Life, there's another interesting article here. This was posted Wednesday, June 7, 2006 by Sheila Rhodes. 18-year-old still missing. Wabash police still have not located a Wabash woman missing since May 23rd, but recent rumors have caused authorities to receive some troublesome phone calls. Jordan A. Sofur, 18, reportedly went missing on May 23rd after speaking briefly with her father at his home in Wabash, according to Wabash Police Detective Captain Scott Long. But some local gossip would have some believing she had been found. Apparently, there has been some talk around town that she was found behind Max Tan, Long explained. There was a reported gas leak there last week, and Max Tan, A to C Tobacco, and Northside Carryout were evacuated. There were police cars on scene, so someone decided that Jordan had been found behind Max Tan. The three businesses are located on Cass Street. Long said these kinds of rumors are hurtful and can only delay the investigation. He added that a relative of Sofur's had actually been called by a well-meaning friend and told that her body had been found, which prompted the relative to call the police station. That's too bad, Long said. The family has posted signs of Jordan all over, and one business even took the signs down because they thought the rumor was true. The search for Sofur, however, continues. We are still getting various tips, and we are following up every lead we get, Long said. Originally from Peru, Sofur, formerly known as Erin Willis, was adopted by her foster parents, Robert and Linda Sofur, who live in Wabash. Around the 1st of April, Jordan Sofur moved out of the residence and in with the Glenn McClamans family on Sivey Street. On May 21st, she left the McClamans home to stay with a friend, Aaron Harlan, whom she works with at Hardee's. According to Long, the Sofurs reported to police on May 24th that their daughter had gone missing. Okay, that's actually an even bigger problem, though. Because, so around the 1st of April, she moves out of her foster parents, which she had been living with however many years, a few years. She moved in with this other family. There's no connection stated here. So she lived with that family for over a month, almost 2 months. May 21st, she moves, or she left the McClamans home to stay with a friend. So is that not a permanent move? She's only staying there for 2-3 days before she goes missing. So she only stayed there 2 or 3 nights. I mean, that's kind of weird. And then she goes missing. I mean, that's kind of unusual. Is that all coincidental? I mean, all this moving in the month, 2 months prior to her going missing. It also states in this article that Corey Bridenthal, it doesn't say that he's her boyfriend here. It just says that, according to Robert Sofur, she arrived at his home pulling up in a truck driven by Corey Bridenthal, who dropped her off and left. Bridenthal was later questioned and told police that after he dropped her off, he noticed that Sofur's cell phone was laying on a seat, so he returned it. The exact method he used was unclear, but the phone was either given to Harlan at work or taken to her apartment. The plane dealer had learned that a few days later, Bridenthal was picked up on a warrant for an alleged parole violation. He remains in custody at Wabash County Jail. So, wow. So within a few days of her disappearance, her either boyfriend or whoever, this guy that dropped her off, gave her a ride the morning of her disappearance, is already in jail for a parole violation, an alleged parole. It says alleged parole violation, but that he's in custody at Wabash County Jail. What does everybody make of that? I mean, that's kind of weird. That's definitely kind of weird. So yeah, the timing there, it's kind of hard to ignore that timing, but... So yeah, I mean, a lot of potential connections everywhere, but of course, I mean, justice and closure deserving for all, regardless of whether it was the same perpetrator in these 2 cases, regardless of whether these 2 cases are linked or not. But plenty more to come in the Delphi case series as more information becomes available. There's actually still quite a bit of information to go over from before, which I will be covering in upcoming episodes. I mean, there's a lot here in this case. So, hope everybody found another edition of MindShock True Crime interesting and informative. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal, or you can become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MindShock True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the Delphi Case Series. This is episode 48, Unsealed. We will be looking at the probable cause affidavit and the implications contained therein. What it all means regarding Richard Allen, what it all means for the case, what it all means for potential co-conspirators or co-perpetrators in this crime. And that's even if Allen himself was involved, which some people believe he was not. He's being set up as some kind of patsy, either as part of a criminal ring where he was involved with other criminal activities, or as not even that, and that he really isn't involved in any type of criminal activity. There's all sorts of beliefs out there, but here on MindShock, as the motto goes, the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. So all we can do is logically examine every piece of evidence and logically examine every single theory for veracity. As always, if you find the MindShock podcast interesting and informative, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. You can also become a member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. Okay, so let's go through this probable cause affidavit that is released. Indy Star posted this on their website. Obviously, it's been posted in many places. This is November 29th, 2022. Court documents released in Delphi murder case. An ejected 40 cal shell was found near one of the victim's bodies. Ties suspect Richard Allen to the 2017 killings of Delphi teens Libby German or Abby Williams. It should be and, I guess it's a typo here on Indy Star. According to the probable cause affidavit released Tuesday, the tool marks on the shell match a pistol owned by Allen, according to the affidavit, which had some redactions. In an interview with police, Allen said he never let anyone borrow or use his pistol, according to the affidavit. Allen had no explanation how a shell ejected from his sidearm was found at the scene of the crime, according to the affidavit. The affidavit indicates it has 8 pages, but only 7 were released Tuesday. Read the probable cause affidavit here. So we're going to look at it. But again, if he was just shooting his gun in the woods, I mean, how sloppy would someone have to be to leave that shell? Or walk muddy and bloody, as what will be stated here? None of this really makes any sense. I mean, you would think things would start making sense with document released, but it still doesn't really make sense. But let's look at this. State of Indiana, Carroll County. Probable cause affidavit. I, the undersigned affiant, submit the following information pursuant to IC 35-33-7-2 as a sworn affidavit setting forth the facts and circumstances known to law enforcement of Carroll County as the basis for probable cause to arrest without a warrant or to establish probable cause for issuance of an arrest warrant for the above-named defendant, Richard Allen. That the facts and circumstances described below would be sufficient basis for a person of reasonable caution and prudence to believe that the accused has committed or attempted to commit the offense or offenses described, and that if arrest without a warrant would be authorized under IC 35-33-1-1. That the hearsay statements of witnesses contained herein are considered reliable and credible due to the witness's personal knowledge and or are corroborated by the totality of the circumstances. That on February 14th, 2017, victim 1 and 2 were found deceased in the woods approximately 0.2 miles northeast of the Monon High Bridge in Carroll County. Their bodies were located on the north side of the Deer Creek. At the time, the Monon High Bridge Trail was approximately 1 mile gravel trail terminating at the Monon High Bridge. The Monon High Bridge is an abandoned railroad trestle, approximately 0.25 miles long, spanning the Deer Creek and Deer Creek Valley on the southeast end of the trail. Approximately 0.7 miles northwest on the trail from the northwestern edge of the Monon High Bridge is the Freedom Bridge, which is a pedestrian bridge spanning State Road 25. Approximately 350 feet west of Freedom Bridge was a former railroad overpass over Old State Road 25, also known as County Road 300 North. The trail terminates just west of the former railroad overpass. The majority of the trail is in a wooded area with a steep embankment on the south side of the trail. The entirety of the trail and the location of the girls' bodies were and are located in Carroll County, Indiana. Through interviews, reviews of electronic records, and review of video at the Hoosier Harvester, investigators believe victim 1 and 2 were dropped off across from the Mears farm at 1:49 p.m. on February 13, 2017, by Redacted. The Mears farm is located on the north side of County Road 300 North near an entrance to the trails. A video from victim 2's phone shows that at 2:13 p.m., victim 1 and victim 2 encountered a male subject on the southeast portion of the Monon High Bridge. The male ordered the girls, quote, guys down the hill, end quote. No witnesses saw them after this time. No outgoing communications were found on victim 2's phone after this time. Their bodies were discovered February 14, 2017. The video recovered from victim 2's phone shows victim 1 walking southeast on the Monon High Bridge while a male subject wearing a dark jacket and jeans walks behind her. As the male subject approaches victim 1 and 2, one of the victims mentions gun. Near the end of the video, a male is seen and heard telling the girls, guys down the hill. The girls then begin to proceed down the hill and the video ends. A still photograph taken from the video and the guys down the hill audio was subsequently released to the public to assist investigators in identifying the male. Victim 1 and victim 2's deaths were ruled as homicides. Clothes were found in the Deer Creek belonging to victim 1 and 2 south of where their bodies were located. Now again, let's keep in mind, I bring this up all the time, both sides of the creek were searched according to searchers. And even a heat-seeking drone, a thermal imaging drone, was flown that first afternoon, the day before their bodies were discovered. So not only were there no heat signatures, where there would have been because it was only a couple hours, and sometimes even heat dissipation, it takes a couple hours to even start the heat dissipation, so the bodies could be almost as warm as when alive for up to a certain amount of time. You could check out the podcast. I read directly from scientific literature and the actual basis for which all time of death estimates are established from. But apparently nobody saw the clothes in the creek either. That's kind of weird if it was there the whole time. Very, very weird. But let's continue here. There was also a .40 caliber unspent round less than 2 feet away from victim 2's body, between victim 1 and victim 2's bodies. The round was unspent and had extraction marks on it. Interviews were conducted with 3 juveniles, redacted. They advised that they were on the Monon High Bridge Trail on February 13, 2017. They advised they were walking on the trail towards Freedom Bridge to go home when they encountered a male walking from Freedom Bridge toward the Monon High Bridge. Redacted described the male as kind of creepy and advised he was wearing like blue jeans, like really light blue jacket, and his hair was gray, maybe a little brown, and he did not really show his face. She advised the jacket was a duck canvas type jacket. Redacted advised she said hi to the male, but he just glared at them. She recalled him being in all black and had something covering his mouth. She described him as not very tall, with a bigger build. She said he was not bigger than 5'10". Redacted advised he was wearing a black hoodie, black jeans, and black boots. She stated he had his hands in his pockets. Redacted showed investigators photographs she took on her phone while she was on the trail that day. The photographs included a photo of the Monon High Bridge taken at 12:43 p.m. and another one taken at 1:26 p.m. of the bench east of the Freedom Bridge. Redacted advised after she took the photo of the bench, they started walking back towards the Freedom Bridge. She advised that was when they encountered the man who matched the description of the photograph taken from victim 2's video. Redacted described the man she encountered on the trail as wearing a blue or black windbreaker jacket. She advised the jacket had a collar and that he had his hood up from the clothing underneath his jacket. She advised he was wearing baggy jeans and was taller than her. She advised her head came up to approximately his shoulder. She advised Redacted said hi to the man and that he said nothing back. She stated he was walking with a purpose, like he knew where he was going. She stated he had his hands in his pockets and kept his head down. She advised she did not get a good look at his face, but believed him to be a white male. The girls advised after encountering the male, they continued their walk across Freedom Bridge and the old railroad bridge over Old State Route 25. Investigators spoke with Redacted, who advised she was on the trails February 13, 2017. Video from the Hoosier Harvest Store captured Redacted's vehicle traveling eastbound at 1:46 p.m. toward the entrance across from the Mears farm. Redacted advised she saw 4 juvenile females walking on the bridge over Old State Road 25 as she was driving underneath on her way to park. Redacted advised there were no other cars parked across from the Mears farm where she parked. She advised she walked to the Monon High Bridge and observed a male matching the one from the victim 2's video. She described the male she saw as a white male wearing blue jeans and a blue jacket. She advised he was standing on the first platform of the Monon High Bridge, approximately 50 feet from her. She advised she turned around at the bridge and continued her walk. She advised approximately halfway between the bridge and the parking area across from the Mears farm, she passed 2 girls walking toward the Monon High Bridge. She advised she believed the girls were victims 1 and 2. Video from the Hoosier Harvester shows at 1:49 p.m. a white car matching Redacted's vehicle traveling away from the entrance across from the Mears farm. Redacted advised she finished her walk and saw no other adults other than the male on the bridge. Her vehicle is seen on the Hoosier Harvester video at 2:14 p.m., leaving westbound from the trails. Redacted advised that when she was leaving, she noted a vehicle was parked in an odd manner at the Child Protective Services building. She said it was not odd for vehicles to be parked there, but she noticed it was odd because of the manner it was parked, backed in near the building. Investigators received a tip from Redacted in which he stated he was on his way to Delphi on State Road 25 around 2:10 p.m. on February 13, 2017. He observed a purple PT Cruiser, or a small SUV-type vehicle parked on the south side of the old CPS building. He stated it appeared as though it was backed in to conceal the license plate of the vehicle. Redacted both drew diagrams of where they saw the vehicle parked, and their diagrams generally matched as to the area the vehicle was parked and the manner in which it was parked. Redacted advised he remembered seeing a smaller dark-colored car parked at the old CPS building. He described it as possibly being a smart car. Redacted's vehicle was seen leaving at 2:28 p.m. on the Hoosier Harvester video. Investigators spoke with Redacted, who stated she was traveling east on 300 North on February 13, 2022, and observed a male subject walking west on the north side of 300 North away from the Monon High Bridge. Redacted advised that the male subject was wearing a blue-colored jacket and blue jeans and was muddy and bloody. She further stated that it appeared he had gotten into a fight. Investigators were able to determine from watching the video from the Hoosier Harvester that Redacted was traveling on CR 300 North at approximately 3:57 p.m. Through interviews, electronic data, photographs, and video from the Hoosier Harvester, investigators determined that there were other people on the trail that day after 2:13 p.m. Those people were interviewed, and none of those individuals encountered the male subject referenced above, witnessed by the juvenile girls, Redacted and Redacted. Further, none of those individuals witnessed Victim 1 and Victim 2. Investigators reviewing prior tips encountered a tip narrative from an officer who interviewed Richard Allen in 2017. That narrative stated, Mr. Allen was on the trail between 1:30 and 3:30. He parked at the old Farm Bureau building and walked to the new Freedom Bridge. While at the Freedom Bridge, he saw 3 females. He noted one was taller and had brown or black hair. He did not remember description, nor did he speak with them. He walked from the Freedom Bridge to the High Bridge. He did not see anybody, although he stated he was watching a stock ticker on his phone as he walked. He stated that there were vehicles parked at the High Bridge trailhead, however, did not pay attention to them. He did not take any photos or video. His cell phone did not list an IMEI, but did have the following. Potential follow-up information. Who were the 3 girls walking in the area of the Freedom Bridge? Investigators believe Mr. Allen was referring to the old Child Protective Services building there and was not a Farm Bureau building in the area, nor had there been. Investigators believe the females he saw included Redacted and Redacted due to the time that they were leaving the trail, the time he reported getting to the trail, and the descriptions the 3 females gave. Investigators discovered Richard Allen owned 2 vehicles in 2017. A 2016 black Ford Focus and a 2006 gray Ford 500. Investigators observed a vehicle that resembled Allen's 2016 Ford Focus on the Hoosier Harvester video at 1:27 p.m., traveling westbound on CR 300 North in front of the Hoosier Harvester, which coincided with a statement that he arrived around 1:30 p.m. at the trails. Investigators note witnesses described the vehicle parked at the former Child Protective Services building as a PT Cruiser, small SUV, or smart car. Investigators believe those descriptions are similar in nature to a 2016 Ford Focus. And a quick aside here, again, just to reiterate, some people online are speculating that Tony Klein's mother has a purple PT Cruiser. Not to be confused with Keegan who supposedly had no vehicles and did not drive. In October 13th, 2022, Richard Allen was interviewed again by investigators. He advised he was on the trails February 13, 2017. He stated he saw juvenile girls on the trails east of the Freedom Bridge and that he went onto the Monon High Bridge. Richard Allen further stated he went out onto the Monon High Bridge to watch the fish. Later in his statements, he said he walked out to the first platform on the bridge. He stated he then walked back, sat on a bench on the trail, and then left. He stated he parked his car on the side of an old building. He told investigators that he was wearing blue jeans and a blue or black Carhartt jacket with a hood. So he didn't even know if he had a blue or black jacket on himself. Interesting. He advised he may have been wearing some type of head covering as well. He further claimed he saw no one else except for the juvenile girls he saw east of the Freedom Bridge. He told investigators that he owns firearms and that they are at his home. Richard M. Allen's wife, Kathy Allen, also spoke to investigators. She confirmed that Richard did have guns and knives at his residence. She also stated that Richard still owns a blue Carhartt jacket. October 13th, 2022, investigators executed a search warrant of Richard Allen's residence. Among other items, officers located jackets, boots, knives, and firearms, including a Sig Sauer Model P226, 40 cal pistol with serial number U625627. Between October 14, 2022 and October 19, 2022, the Indiana State Police Laboratory performed an analysis on Allen's Sig Sauer Model P226. The laboratory performed a physical examination and classification of the firearm, function test, barrel and overall length measurement, test firing, ammunition component characterization, microscope comparison, and NIBIN. The laboratory determined that the unspent round located within 2 feet of victim 2's body had been cycled through Richard Allen's Sig Sauer Model P226. The laboratory remarked, "An identification opinion is reached when the evidence exhibits an agreement of class characteristics and a sufficient agreement of individual marks. Sufficient agreement is related to the significant duplication of random, striated, impressed marks as evidenced by the correspondence of a pattern or combination of patterns of surface contours. The interpretation of identification is subjective in nature and based on relevant scientific research and the reporting examiner's training and experience." Investigators then ran the firearm and found that the firearm was purchased by Richard Allen in 2001. Richard Allen voluntarily came to the Indiana State Police Post on October 26, 2022. He spoke with investigators and stated that he never allowed anyone to use or borrow the Sig Sauer Model P226 firearm. When asked about the unspent bullet, he did not have an explanation of why the bullet was found between the bodies of Victim 1 and Victim 2. He again admitted that he was on the trail, but denied knowing Victim 1 or 2 and denied any involvement in their murders. Carroll County Sheriff's Department Detective Redacted has been part of the investigation since it started in 2017. He had an opportunity to review and examine evidence gathered in this investigation. Detective Redacted, along with other investigators, believe the evidence gathered shows that Richard Allen is the male subject seen on the video from Victim 2's phone who forced the victims down the hill. Further, that the victims were forced down the hill by Richard Allen and led to the location where they were murdered. Through the statements and photographs of the juvenile females and the statement of Redacted and Redacted, who were at the southeast edge of the trail at 12:43 p.m., east of the Freedom Bridge at 1:26 p.m., and walked across the former railroad overpass over Old State Road 25 after 1:26 p.m. and before 1:46 p.m. They walked the entirety of the trail and observed only one person, an adult male. Redacted's vehicle is seen on the Hoosier Harvester video at 1:46 p.m. and leaving at 2:14 p.m., and she stated she only saw one adult male. Redacted and Redacted described the male in similar manners, wearing similar clothing, leading investigators to believe that all four saw the same male individual. Investigators believe that the male observed by Redacted and Redacted is the same male depicted in the video from Victim 2's phone due to the descriptions of the male by the four females matching the male in the video. Furthermore, Victim 2's video was taken at 2:13 p.m. and Redacted saw only one male while she was on the trail from approximately 1:46 p.m. to 2:14 p.m. Investigators believe Richard Allen was the male seen by Redacted and Redacted and the male seen in Victim 2's video. Richard Allen told investigators he was on the trail from 1:30 to 3:30 that day. Video from the Hoosier Harvester shows a vehicle that matches the description of Richard Allen's vehicle passing at 1:27 p.m. towards the former CPS building. The clothing he told investigators he was wearing matched the clothing of the male in Victim 2's video and the clothing descriptions provided by Redacted and Redacted. A vehicle matching the description of his 2016 Ford Focus is seen at around 2:10 p.m., 2:14 p.m., and 2:28 p.m. at the former CPS building. Through his own admissions, Richard Allen walked the trails and eventually hiked to the Monon High Bridge and walked out onto the Monon High Bridge. A male subject matching Richard Allen's description was not seen on the trail after 2:13 p.m. Investigators identified other individuals on the trails, or CR 300 North, between 2:30 p.m. and 4:11 p.m. None of these individuals saw a male subject matching the description of Richard Allen on the trail. Furthermore, Richard Allen stated that he only saw 3 girls on the trail who investigators believe to be redacted. Investigators believe Richard Allen was not seen on the trail after 2:13 p.m. because he was in the woods with victim 1 and 2. An unspent 40 cal round between the bodies of victim 1 and 2 was forensically determined to have been cycled through Richard Allen's 6-hour model P226. The 6-hour model P226 was found at Richard Allen's residence, and he admitted to owning it. Investigators were able to determine that he had owned it since 2001. Richard Allen stated he had not been on that property where the unspent round was found, that he did not know the property owner, and that he had no explanation as to why a round cycled through his firearm would be at that location. Furthermore, he stated that he never allowed anyone to use or borrow the 6-hour model P226. Investigators believe that after the victims were murdered, Richard Allen returned to his vehicle by walking down CR 300 North. Investigators believe he was seen by Redacted walking back to his vehicle on CR 300 North with clothes that were muddy and bloody. Redacted, along with investigators, believe the statements made by the witnesses because the statements corroborate the timeline of the death of the 2 victims as well as coincide with the admissions made by Richard Allen. Further, the accounts relayed by Redacted and Redacted are similar in nature, and timestamps on the photographs taken by Redacted correspond to the times the juvenile females said they were on the trail and saw the male individual. Okay, so there we have it. Now let's look at a summary of this timeline. We'll go to Reddit for this. So let's look at the timeline laid out here in the probable cause affidavit. Now, is there really anything that damning in this, and why did they want it to remain sealed? Supposedly there are underage witnesses, which is fine. You redact the names. I mean, it's kind of weird how they just wanted this thing sealed. But let's look at it. On the Delphi murders subreddit, Important Rope actually laid this out really well here in a very concise fashion. I've seen some complaints about the PCA being weak evidence. It really isn't once you start to lay it out and put it together. People want to hand wave and dismiss eyewitness accounts as unreliable, but they become a lot more reliable once you have digital evidence, photos with timestamps. Although, again, is that timestamp on when it was put on Snapchat as opposed to when it was taken? Video, surveillance cameras, and Richard Allen's own testimony to back them up. The timeline as laid out in the PCA goes like this. At 12:43, 3 juvenile witnesses take a photo of the High Bridge. At 1:26, the juvenile witnesses take a photo of the bench east of the Freedom Bridge. 1:27, a vehicle resembling Richard Allen's 2016 Ford Focus is seen on the Hoosier Harvester video, traveling westbound towards the old CPS building. 1:30, Richard Allen says he parked at the old Farm Bureau building. There is no old Farm Bureau building and never was, so this is believed to be the old CPS building. 1:37 approximately. After taking the bench photo, the juvenile witnesses encounter a king of creepy male walking on the trail as they head towards the Freedom Bridge to go home. Time is estimated by when the girls are later seen by witness 4, whose car is on camera at 1:46, and by the time given in Richard Allen's statement about when he arrived and the video showing a car matching his Ford Focus arriving. Witness 1 describes him wearing a really light blue jacket and his hair was gray and a little brown. Didn't really show his face. Let me repeat that part again. Didn't really show his face. Jacket was a duck canvas type jacket and didn't really show his face. Witness 2 describes him as wearing all black and had something covering his mouth. He said he was not very tall and had a bigger build, not bigger than 5'10". Witness 3 says he was wearing a black hoodie, black jeans, and black boots and had his hands in his pockets. Interesting. So All three witnesses have a different description, which is kind of weird. Unknown which of the three took the bench photo, but she goes on to say the man they encountered matched the description of the man in the video from the victim's video. Described the man as wearing a blue or black windbreaker jacket with his hood up from the clothing underneath his jacket. Advised he was wearing baggy blue jeans and was taller than her. Said he was walking with a purpose and had his hands in his pocket and kept his head down. Did not get a good look at his face. So apparently nobody saw his face here. They meet no one else on the trail, just one adult male. Richard Allen admits to meeting 3 juveniles on the trail, says he met no one else, says he was looking down watching a stock ticket on his phone. 146, witness 4's car, apparently an adult woman, is shown on the Hoosier Harvester's security camera traveling eastbound towards the entrance from the Mears farm. Said she saw 4 juvenile females walking across the bridge over Old State Road 25. No other cars were parked across from the Mears farm where she parked. 149. Abby and Libby are dropped off at the Mears farm near an entrance to the trails. This is confirmed by the white car that dropped them off being caught on the Hoosier Harvester camera. I don't know about confirmed. Backed up. 152, witness 4 walked to the high bridge, estimated 6-minute walk, and observed a male matching the description of the man in the victim's video. Described him as a white male wearing blue jeans and a blue jean jacket. She said he was on the first platform of the high bridge, approximately 50 feet from her. She turned around and continued her walk. Says she only met one adult male on her walk. Investigators believe this to be the same male the juveniles encountered. Also believe it to be the man in the victim's video. The thing that's weird here, I mean, there's just a handful, there's just a couple of these people and that's it. What happened to the dozens and dozens of people walking the trail on this unusually warm day in the middle of the day? That doesn't really match earlier reports. Unless those were all wrong as well. I mean, I don't know. Richard Allen admits he went onto the high bridge to watch the fish. Says he walked out to the first platform, then walked back, sat on a bench on the trail, and then left. He told investigators he was wearing blue jeans and a blue or black Carhartt jacket with a hood. He advised he may have been wearing some type of head covering as well. Roughly between 1:40 and 2:10, we know Richard Allen arrived around 1:30 and would have had to walk to the bridge. Richard Allen claims he has spent some time sitting on a bench on the trail. Witness 4 is seen leaving on camera at 2:14, and she saw a man matching Richard Allen's description on the bridge when she walked to it. 155, witness 4 says about halfway between the bridge and the parking area, she passes 2 girls walking towards the high bridge. She believed they were Abby and Libby. So in the past, people have speculated why nobody saw them. So we have one witness here that potentially saw them. 155. Estimated time as halfway between bridge and parking area. At 2:10, witness 5 says he saw a purple PT Cruiser or small SUV type vehicle parked on the south side of the old CPS building. Appeared it was backed in to conceal the license plate. Now, here's an interesting point. Some people are speculating online that Tony Klein, his mother, has a purple PT Cruiser. That's speculation only online. I don't know if anybody's verified that. Again, this is MindShock. I do not claim anything is true or untrue. There's no shortage of triggered goofs who are hallucinating that I am claiming something is true or untrue. I do not claim anything is true or untrue. This is all just a logical examination of many theories. 2 witnesses, 5 and question mark, could be 4, not sure, drew diagrams generally matching the area and manner the vehicle was parked. Witness 6 advised he remembered seeing a dark-colored car parked at the old CPS building, describes it as possibly being a smart car. Witness 6 vehicle is seen leaving on Hoosier Harvester video at 2:28. 2:13, Abby and Libby encounter bridge guy, allegedly. Abby and Libby will not be seen alive again. 2:14, witness 4's vehicle is shown on the security camera footage leaving westbound from the trails. I mean, how coincidental that everybody's just magically leaving at the time this is going down. I mean, that's kind of weird. Also, whether this was planned or not planned, I mean, if let's say the juveniles or other people just happened to be walking around on the bridge, like, what is the plan for this abduction? Like, how does this all play out? It's just kind of weird. It's an unusually warm day. So even if there wasn't going to be a lot of people there might be an expectation. Nice warm day. Might be people out on the trails. So the whole thing still doesn't make a lot of sense. So 2:14, witness 4's vehicle is shown on the security camera footage leaving westbound from the trails. She notes she sees a vehicle parked in an odd manner at the old CPS building. Witness 4 walked the trail, turned around at the bridge, and left in about 30 minutes. So the exact time that something's about to go down, she's leaving. 2:30 to 4:11, investigators identify other individuals on the trails or CR 300 North. None of these individuals saw a male subject matching the description of Richard Allen or Bridge Guy. At 3:30, Richard Allen says he left the trail. So that's interesting because there's other individuals who are on the trails and on the road. None of them saw him. 3:57, witness 7. So that's at the 3:57 p.m. Witness 7 advises that she was traveling east on 300 North and observed a male subject walking west away from the high bridge. He was wearing a blue-colored jacket and blue jeans and was muddy and bloody. Appeared he had been in a fight. So this is perhaps the smoking gun people are looking for. Because this is damning. I mean, this is crazy. This is huge. Now, obviously, we don't have any kind of facial feature identification. But what's strange is between 2:30 and 4:11, nobody saw this guy, other than witness 7 who was traveling east on 300 North. But investigators clearly state they did find people walking the trails at that time. They just happened not to see him. Okay. So continuing the post here, this doesn't even get to the unspent round that a lot of people have been critical of, but once you start looking at the timeline and Richard Allen's own words, the picture starts to become clear. Some additional notes. Times that are estimates are indicated as such. They are estimates based on linear walking and thus could be off a bit in either direction. If you're stopping to take photos, etc., it could take longer. The trail is about a mile long. Richard Allen admits to being there for 2 hours, but only seeing the 3 juveniles. What was he doing and where was he that time? No witnesses see him after witness 4 sees him on the trail sometime after 1:46. Unless you count the person who sees the bloody, muddy guy at 3:57. There's serious missing time in his story. Not just his story, but what about all these other people on the trails? They don't see the guy? And what is if this is Richard Allen or Bridge Guy, whoever, like, what is he thinking just randomly walking around muddy and bloody? And how come only one person saw that? The area that Richard Allen claims to have waited on a bench for a while is a straight shot up and down the trail. He could see if anybody was coming and where Abby and Libby were on the bridge. Okay, but what about the other side of the bridge? What about the trails underneath? What about the hangout spot by the bridge? I mean, it's all really weird. Like, what expectation is there that this guy could get away with this? If it's only one guy and if it did happen in this time frame as alleged. Okay, so let's go over a few more posts here in discussion regarding this affidavit. Palebot posted this, also on the Delphi murder subreddit here. I can't seem to wrap my head around the fact that virtually everything in the probable cause could have been determined within days of the crime. That's some crazy level incompetence. Am I missing something? I mean, you have a murder, a dude on a cell cam, and 4 or so witnesses about the dude, and the dude in the flesh came forward who not only matches but stated that he was the man the witnesses saw. His timeline matches the witnesses and the crime window. Store cams saw his car. Did Allen panic and put him at the scene through some irrational sense he could explain himself away? Clearly worked, WTF, but he probably could not have imagined this insane level of incompetence. If he's guilty, what other kinds of erratic things I wonder he did within the weeks after the murder? Am I wrong to think an arrest could have happened within days based on the most basic evidence that was handed to law enforcement? What are the legal consequences for the state if sealing the PC is a cover-up? Hell, even sealing the PC seems like another obviously incompetent decision. I mean, holding on to the bullet evidence seems like it wouldn't have been needed had law enforcement used Allen and the witness's own interviews to justify a search, found the gun, tested it, and arrested Richard Allen. Some posts here. What is so surprising to me is the fact that the FBI was involved pretty quickly. I unfortunately somewhat expect local Delphi PD to not be prepared to handle this type of crime and mess it up, but the fact that the FBI didn't put the pieces together is mind-boggling. Or here on MindShock, as we would say, mind-shocking. And was the FBI, like, why did they still not, they weren't able to get the Marathon gas station footage? Again, the Marathon gas station, which Keegan Kline happened to search on his phone? And they can't get the surveillance? The FBI claimed that they couldn't get it, it wasn't there, or that it was deleted, erased, or couldn't be recovered in some capacity. Does anybody buy that? I went over that so many times, that just, there's so many things that just do not sit well with this case. Like, nothing adds up here. So, Lady Batman posted this. It seems I remember early on it was reported that the FBI was in town or nearby that day. So they were already there before the crime took place. A response here by Rocket Surgeon. They had 1 or 2 field agents involved from the beginning. The larger team of 20 plus did not arrive until after the bodies were found. Another post here. With all they had and very few people on the trail at that time, although allegedly there's conflicting reports, because early reports said that there were dozens of people coming and going on the trails in the middle of that unseasonably warm day. A small law enforcement should have been able to handle this case no problem investigating further everyone they talked to. A 7th grade class could have closed this case right away. Is that insulting to 6th and 5th and 4th graders? Another solid post here. This is just the probable cause affidavit. We don't know what law enforcement took from his residence. Follow-up post here. Supposedly there's a reliable source that says that something strong evidence was found in the fire pit at his residence. Apparently there are also people here criticizing Doug Carter. They're pointing to an earlier interview here, no link, where Doug Carter supposedly stated, quote, everyone who was there that day was ruled out, end quote. And then, of course, just recently at the Halloween press conference just after, he stated that they hadn't ruled out anybody. Anybody? So he didn't even rule out himself? I mean, I don't know. It's weird. Definitely weird. So the official overlooking is explained on the Murder Sheet podcast as follows, that a civilian FBI employee mislabeled or misfiled information about Mr. Allen when he was interviewed by police not long after the murders of Libby German and Abby Williams in Delphi, Indiana. As a result, Mr. Allen's name fell off the radar and the case was unsolved for more than 5 years. Finally, an investigator trawling through old files uncovered misplaced information, and the 50-year-old local man was arrested and charged with the murders. What happened here was some sort of clerical error or misfiling by a civilian employee of the FBI, Miss Kane told The Independent. It was not a malicious error, just an unfortunate mistake where a clerical error let the Richard Allen tip sink to the bottom of the whole file, essentially. And only recently, when someone was going through the old tips, they found that tip and thought we need to follow up. So when people ask why has it taken 5 years to loop back to Allen, that's what we've learned. Mr. Greenlee added it was not the result of someone calling in a tip or someone incarcerated speaking up now, but it was someone in law enforcement going through old tips and discovering information from 2017. So let's go over Richard Allen's attorneys here. So on Fort Wayne's NBC.com article here, December 2nd, 2022. He is innocent. Delphi suspect attorneys release statement on client's involvement in murder investigation. Defense lawyers for Richard Allen say their client has tried to help investigators over the 5 years since Libby German and Abby Williams were killed. Richard Allen's attorneys released a statement after receiving numerous media inquiries about the case and ongoing investigation. They described the statement as their thoughts about the investigation into Allen. The statement started by declaring their client's innocence, noting that he's never had any legal trouble in the past. He is innocent and completely confused as to why he has been charged with these crimes, the attorneys wrote. The attorneys wrote that it was Allen who notified police about his presence on the trails near the Monon High Bridge the day Libby and Abby went missing, that he tried to help the investigation on more than one occasion, including a conversation with a conservation officer about seeing 3 girls on the trail. The probable cause affidavit released this week mentioned 3 people who came across a man on the trail the day Libby and Abby disappeared. The attorneys also noted that Allen did not dispose of his guns, car, or clothes, all of which were mentioned in court documents in the 5 years since the girls' deaths. He did not alter his appearance. He did not relocate himself to another community. He did what any innocent man would do and continued with his normal routine, the statement read. So here is the statement here, a press release. We do not want to try this case in the media, and we intend to adhere to the Indiana rules of professional conduct that provide guidance on pretrial publicity. Clearly, none of those memos were received in the Stephen Avery case. However, the police and prosecutor's office have conducted many press conferences over the 5+ years of this investigation and following our client's arrest. On the other hand, Rick's ability to assert his innocence have been reduced to only one short post-hearing press conference. Accordingly, we feel it is appropriate, necessary, and within the bounds of our rules of professional conduct to make a few comments concerning the probable cause affidavit and Rick's innocence. Rick is a 50-year-old man who has never been arrested nor accused of any crime in his entire life. He is innocent and completely confused as to why he has been charged with these crimes. The police did not contact Rick after Libby and Abby went missing. Rather, Rick contacted the police and voluntarily discussed being on the trail that day. Like many people in Delphi, Rick wanted to help any way he could. Rick contacted the police to let them know that he had walked on the trail that day, as he often did. Without Rick coming forward, the police probably would not have had any way of knowing that he was on the trail that day. See, that's an interesting point. Although there are certain killers who like to become involved in the investigation and even taunt police. Again, I'm not alleging Allen is one of these, but I don't know if it's that black and white. Rick volunteered to meet with a conservation officer outside of the local grocery store to offer up details of his trip to the trail on the day in question. Rick tried to assist with the investigation and told the police that he did recall seeing 3 younger girls on the trail that day. His contact with the girls was brief and of little significance. Rick does not recall if this interaction with the conservation officer was tape recorded, but believes that the conservation officer scribbled notes on a notepad as Rick spoke to him. After Rick shared his information with law enforcement officials, he went back to his job at the local CVS and didn't hear from the police for more than 5 years. The next time Rick heard from police was in October 2022. This was approximately 2 weeks before a contested sheriff's election and within days of a federal lawsuit filed against the Carroll County Sheriff's Office by its former second-in-command, Michael Thomas. Probably all coincidental. In the lawsuit, Thomas claims that he, Thomas, had made suggestions and offered assistance in the investigation of a high-profile child homicide investigation, but those suggestions and offers were rejected by the sheriff. Thomas further claims that the sheriff and others in the department feared the disagreements with Thomas would become publicized as a result of the political campaign for sheriff. Thomas claims in the suit that he was ultimately demoted and replaced by Tony Liggett, who was later this year won the 2022 election for sheriff. Furthermore, Thomas claims he was also removed from other high-profile cases. Rick was ultimately arrested on or about October 28, 2022. Wait, so they don't know? In the 5 years since Rick volunteered to provide information to the police, Rick did not get rid of his vehicles or his guns and did not throw out his clothing. He did not alter his appearance. He did not relocate himself to another community. He did what any innocent man would do and continued with his normal routine. Although a certain percentage of guilty people could theoretically also do that. The probable cause affidavit seems to suggest that a single magic bullet is proof of Rick's guilt. It is a bit premature to engage in any detailed discussions regarding the veracity of the evidence until more discovery is received, but it is safe to say that the discipline of tumor mark identification ballistics is anything but a science. The entire discipline has been under attack in courtrooms across the country as being unreliable and lacking any scientific validity. We anticipate a vigorous legal and factual challenge to any claims by the prosecution as to the reliability of its conclusions concerning the single magic bullet. And we'll probably have to do a dedicated episode on this, but the way that you would show that is by having several different model guns eject a shell, and would different guns show the same signature if it was the same model, same year manufacture, etc., etc. I mean, obviously that's the scientific experiment to show that. On Rick's behalf, we argued that to have the PCA unsealed, Rick has nothing to hide. As importantly, we were hoping that we would receive tips that would assist us in proving his innocence. Not surprisingly, we have been inundated with tips from a variety of sources, all of which will be vetted by our team. Although it is the burden of the prosecutor to prove Rick's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, the defense team looks forward to conducting its own investigation concerning Rick's innocence. We appreciate those that have reached out to support his cause. The prosecutor mentioned at the last hearing his belief that others may have been involved in the killing, yet there was no mention in the PCA about a second suspect involved in the killing. The defense is confused by such discrepancies in the investigation and will be in a better position to respond as more discovery is received. Rick Allen owned a Ford Focus in February 2017. His Ford Focus is not in any way similar to the distinctive look of the PT Cruiser or smart car that was described by witnesses. It seems that the CCSD is trying to bend facts to fit their narrative. At this point in time, we have received very limited information about the case and look forward to having something more to view, that which was offered up in the sparse PCA. Moving forward, it is our intent to scrutinize the discovery as it is received and give the necessary attention to the volumes of tips we are receiving. To the extent we continue to discover information that points to Rick's innocence, we will offer up this information to the public, so long as we are not prohibited from doing so as a result of the recent request by the prosecutor for a gag order or by the Indiana Rules of Professional Conduct. So there you have it. That's the response here. I mean, it's curious. It's pretty curious. So the next hearing is January 13th, 2023, where discussing gag orders and such will be done. So that's curious. So Allen himself came forward. Now, some people that would believe he's guilty, he might have come forward because he realized people would identify him and it would look suspect if he didn't come forward. Is that a possibility? I don't know, just throwing that out there. Another post here on the Delphi subreddit, Delphi murder subreddit, regarding the PCA, can the state omit extra evidence they have against Allen and only provide enough evidence to get the affidavit signed? Just wondering why Kelsey German petitioned so hard to keep this sealed. Responses here, they just have to provide enough to establish probable cause. Definitely don't put everything they have in it. No clue why she wanted it sealed. Other responses here, yes, no prosecutor worth his or her salt would throw their full hand in an arrest warrant. There's more to be seen here. Which would explain a lot of things. And of course, if there's a whole page redacted, who else knows what's on it? Another post here by Wiss Corrupted. Evidence they have that is not in the PCA. There's definitely a lot more evidence that has been found or is still being processed. One, he still had the Ford Focus he drove that day, and most of those cars have cloth seats with foam underneath that would be perfect for holding DNA, such as blood. Two, the gun was obviously handled by him during the murder, so there is possibly DNA on the gun, even if it is just from him touching it with bloody hands. Three, his cell phone data is obviously being looked at, judging by the PCA, so GPS data and cell tower pings are definitely going to play a role. That's a good point. Four, they confiscated many things from his house that aren't mentioned in the PCA, such as small books and a shoebox. They also dug up parts of his yard and a fire pit, so that may play a role. Five, they almost definitely have shoe or boot prints from the scene, so they can determine the shoe size of the killer, and since he is so short, he probably wears a very small shoe. I don't know about that last one, though, because if the searchers... I mean, there's even rumors that if the searchers found the bodies in the water and they pulled them up onto shore, that's one rumor. But even if that's not true, whoever found the body, if there was more than one person walking around that scene, which there appears to have been, how would you know which boot prints were from whom? An interesting post here. Some people are disputing that some of this was like an intended sexual assault that escalated. But an interesting post here from Fresca Esca. I just really don't think this guy would assault two girls from his tiny town and think he could get away with it without silencing the victims. They would see him at CVS or around and be able to identify him. So what's weird, though, did he just randomly snap that day? And previously, in terms of profiling, because this is Valentine's Day time, people were speculating this is someone that might have had a recent breakup, etc. From all accounts, I mean, he's still married, you know, he's married at the time, still married now. I mean, does that match the initial profile? And of course, the profile could be wrong. I mean, obviously, we don't know anything for sure here. Mary Jane Vermont posted this regarding at which point he decided he was going to kill. Mary Jane Vermont thinks this before he got there. So only 2 minutes ahead and he went straight to the bridge. Lies have a grain of truth. He said he was looking down at the stock ticker. I think he was looking down at the alert that they were at the trails. He knew where they were going. It's still kind of weird, though, how someone could think they could get away with this in broad daylight in the middle of the... I mean, it's just weird. It's weird, especially a guy that lived there. If this was like some trucker passing through that was going to be gone in an hour, I mean, that seems to make more sense, but... An interesting post here by Generals 2022. We've all heard that the crime scene would have been bloody, but apparently after the bodies were removed, no one who went there ever saw any blood anywhere. Meaning the police took away all the leaves on the forest floor for analysis. If he spit or left behind any other biological materials on the leaves thinking that was safe, he would have left his DNA at the scene. The police must have analyzed every leaf at the crime scene if there was never any blood left behind after the site was processed. Interesting point there, too, and as always, whether local police or FBI, obviously in many cases they play things close to the vest. They might have DNA, they might have saliva, they might have a lot of things. Again, it would be difficult to prove, is it from the searchers who discovered the bodies and possibly even touched the bodies or somebody else? But if you have all the identities of everybody that was there and handled the bodies, and then there's yet another DNA sample that's unexplained, then, you know, that's a step in that direction. Others are also speculating that this conservation officer report somehow got lost. Now, again, people can say it was intentional or it's not intentional. Either way, apparently it was lost, which is why nobody followed up on it. But if it's really true that there were only a couple of people on the trails, how could they not account for this small handful of people? And then also, what about flannel shirt guy? Another poster, DFP Parker 78 posted this. How do you keep the gun and the clothes? The incompetence on both sides is disappointing. Unless, of course, it's not Richard Allen and those weren't the clothes, in which case maybe he would keep them. I don't know. Or if he's just that insane. That could also theoretically explain it. Another interesting post here. The only thing I can think is that they were so focused on Ron Logan as the prime suspect, the Richard Allen info got buried in a huge pile of leads. I'm sure there were others in the park that day. From the info in the PCA, it looks like they did use cell phone data to determine some of the people in the area and questioned them, Richard Allen included. Depending on when he was questioned, perhaps not all the evidence in the PCA has been discovered and therefore his statement forgotten. Either way, it's shoddy detective work to blame. Another post by Deduction Power here. I now know why Richard Allen's lawyers were not impressed with their evidence against him. I really hope they have DNA in the crime scene. I don't think it's Richard Allen's, though. If they do, they would have got that in the PCA, but they only got that bullet as the strongest linked to Richard Allen. The DNA they got must be from that accomplice, which curiously was never mentioned in the PCA unless that accomplice is the masked one. Don't witnesses in the PCA have two different clothing definitions? One was wearing jeans, one was wearing black clothing. Yeah, that's a good point, unless they were confused and they really only saw one guy. But, I mean, if there was a second guy, would he really have been walking the trails? Or would he have been elsewhere? Some more posts here regarding the supposed suspect who walked on Route 300 North, a distance of 0.8 miles from the cemetery to the old CPS building with muddy and bloody clothes. The eyewitness account from the PCA has me absolutely floored. It raises so many questions. Was his actual exit strategy to just walk back to his vehicle on Route 300, covered in blood and water and mud, or was his original plan that day something different and his exit strategy was hastily determined? If he planned to kill the girls on the north side of the creek, why not park somewhere closer? And if he wanted to park far enough away to not raise suspicion, why not have a better exit plan? I don't mean this to come off as a hot take, but is this guy just a complete idiot? Some responses here. He could have gone through the woods that parallel the MHB trail and then came out farther up Route 300 North and then had only a few minutes of exposure. I find it hard to believe he walked directly out of the woods into the cemetery and then walked 4/5 of a mile showing off his muddied and bloodied clothes for anyone to see. And you can count me one of those who, when I saw what street Richard Allen lived on and its proximity to Bridge Creek, that had to have been his escape route. Nice hidden area. He could change clothes into some jogging outfit and then bury the bloodied ones. He hops out on the street that connects from his to the creek, then he's just another local getting some exercise. Figured he probably waved at some neighbor or chatted them up to give him an alibi for that afternoon even. But instead, he was a complete dunce, parked his own vehicle where multiple witnesses could see it and report it. Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting point, because if he lives that close, why is he driving all over the place and then walking all over the place? Yeah, I mean, this is kind of weird. Another post here. I'm thinking he was somehow tipped off, maybe via connections to the Anthony Shots account, or Keegan Kline himself. And law enforcement being so adamant about others being involved seems to support this theory of being tipped off. Or maybe he was stalking their social media accounts in advance about the victims planning on going to the bridge that day. I mean, he parked his car far away from the normal parking areas and did so in a way that hid his plates. When he sat on a platform looking at the fish, he was likely waiting for Abby and Libby to arrive. It just seems very premeditated in my opinion, and not many people actually walk all the way across the bridge to the dead end. He either did this dozens upon dozens of times, hoping for the perfect victims to fall into his trap, or he got incredibly lucky, or he knew they were going to be walking across that bridge to meet a hunk that drove a Lambo, i.e. Anthony Shots Catfish. I'd be really surprised if we learned that he did not park at that old CPS building that day, knowing fully well that he'd be murdering two specific targets. I think he must have knew he'd be committing murder. If he was planning a sexual assault, it's way too small of a town for the victims to live and not get identified soon afterwards. From the video, it appears he wasn't trying to hide his face, so he must have knew in advance that the victims weren't going to be capable of identifying him afterwards. I mean, there are still more things that don't really make sense, because if he's on social media, etc., and he sees the phone out, I mean, how would he not know that they could have been recording him and also be live streaming or whatever, and he still does whatever he does if Bridge Guy is this guy and if Bridge Guy's acting alone? T. Mike Bond here posted something pretty mind-shocking. Bitter Beat Poet, who had some great insight onto the case and possibly some inside info, theorized that the girls ran after the perp fell going down the hill. He thought perhaps Abby fell too. When the girls ran, the perp was able to grab Abby's leg and pull off her shoe. He then incapacitated her, and Libby tried to assist her friend. Libby then tried to flee, and he had her by the jacket, and she let him pull it off, but he later caught her, perhaps on the north side of the creek. If it was Richard Allen and he had a gun, perhaps he was having trouble catching Libby and cycled the weapon to get her to stop, which is how the bullet got discharged. I also wonder if Abby was dead on the south side of Deer Creek. I think Bitter Beat Poet said something to that effect. She could have been lying in the driveway lane that runs through there. Then, after he killed Libby, he went back and carried Abby over to where Libby was to conceal their bodies. I have no idea if this is even close to correct. The sad thing is, if one would have ran down the west side of the hill and the other the east, and neither went to aid the other, at least one, if not both, would be alive today. I don't think there was ever a chance the perp, if he had a gun, would have shot them to stop or kill them. There were too many people around that would have heard it. But theoretically, they would have also heard screams and such, so... Yeah, I mean, again, the timeline here, there's just so many different variables here. None of them seem to really work. Like, the proper alignment of variables, I'm not sure if it's been found yet. I mean, perhaps law enforcement know. Perhaps law enforcement have all the details, and when it comes out at trial, it'll all add up, or perhaps not. Another post here. I honestly think Richard Allen did not think he would get away with the murders. I think he was emotional or angry and didn't care. He committed the crime in public and didn't really make any attempts to cover it up. Walking on the road covered in blood screams to me this is a guy who didn't care and was expecting he would be arrested. He never got rid of the gun or jacket he was wearing, came forward at being at the crime scene, even admitted all these years later that he was wearing the same clothes as Bridge Guy. 5 years later, Richard Allen probably doesn't want to be in prison, but at the time of the murder, Richard Allen could have just been angry and had just been in a fight or emotionally snapped and was like, expletive it, I don't care. I don't think there was a plan. I think Richard Allen went to the bridge to kill or commit sexual assault, but nothing specific. Now, that actually is more of an explanation, because if he really doesn't care about any of this, I mean, that actually explains these actions more than a lot of other things, especially if he was expected to be arrested right after doing it. Some more posts here also speculating on the nature of the fight. Because if there was some kind of fight, they're stating he looked like he had been in a fight. Is that a result of being bloody in the creek and moving bloody bodies as opposed to an actual fight? Southern Dig posted this. The implication of their clothes being found down creek from them, according to the PCA. Trigger warning, I think it could mean two scenarios. One, I'm so afraid that means they were sexually assaulted, which is disgusting, but means that there is likely some kind of DNA from the murderer, and hopefully it'll lead to a conviction. Or two, they fought for their lives and may have got his fingerprints, blood, or hair on them, and their clothes were taken off post-mortem and thrown into the river as a way to take off DNA evidence. What are your thoughts on this new information? And people are stating here, the Ron Logan search warrant affidavit states no visible signs of a struggle or fight. So, as always, plenty of unanswered questions here in the Delphi case. And hopefully more questions will be answered shortly, and if there is more than one perpetrator, there will be more evidence to that. I mean, there's just so many conflicting statements from all directions here. I mean, that's really why it's so tough. I mean, if there was some kind of consistency, something can be deduced here, but just the level of conflicting statements from all sides and sources, I mean, what can you make of that? The MindShock listeners can leave their thoughts, theories, opinions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind in the comment section. If you enjoy the podcast, want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Make sure you're subscribed, like and share, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.